Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome everyone to the Committee of the Whole meeting of Tuesday, April 9th, 2024. This is just a reminder that this is a Committee of the Whole meeting and no decisions will be made here today. There will only be recommendations that will go to our next regular council meeting on Tuesday, April 30th for consideration. Just a couple of reminders for today's meeting as they appear in our procedural bylaw. Members of the media may sit in the upper balcony at the reserved media table. All other guests, please take a seat in the first floor gallery. If that is full, there is overflow seating on the second floor in the Victoria Room where you will be able to see and hear the meeting. We live stream the meeting on your YouTube channel and the recording is available after the meeting. This meeting is also broadcast Live on your TV, Cogeco Subscribers Channel 10, HD Channel 700, and rebroadcasted on Wednesday at 9 a.m. and on Saturday at noon. Because meetings are accessible to the public in all of these ways, video or audio recordings by members of the public is not permitted in council chambers. This is to ensure that all attendees and those who come to make a deputation feel at ease. However, today we are allowing videotaping or photography for the Be Hero Award presentation. Please step forward if you need to, but remain behind the barrier. Thank you for your cooperation. So I'll call the meeting to order and I'll look for an adoption of the agenda. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Warren, all in favor, and that's passed. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on the agenda today? Seeing none, should any arise, advise the chair, and we'll deal with them accordingly. We have one announcement today. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Thank you, through you. April is Autism Awareness Month, and on behalf of Council, I would like to once again acknowledge the impact that autism has in our community. In Canada, 1 in 50 children are diagnosed every year. We appreciate the efforts of our local groups, such as the Kawartha Lakes Autism Support Group, who provide education and services that foster an understanding to children, families, and others who are affected by this disease. Autism, you see, we see you and we stand with you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to item 5 on our agenda, which is presentations. 5.1 is the Be Hero Award presentation. Councillor Warren.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to ask our new Queen Bee of Bee City, Christine Zabados, to come and join me down here. Thank you, Christine. And Christine is also a new member of the Environmental Advisory Committee. So, yeah. Thank you. Well, okay, I guess the first slide. So, good afternoon. I would like to tell you a bit about Bee City, Kawartha Lakes. Next slide, please. Kawartha Lakes is the 7th municipality in Canada to be officially recognized as a bee city by Bee City Canada. We support healthy pollinator populations and ongoing efforts to preserve and create pollinator habitat. Being a bee city reinforces the goals of our integrated community sustainability plan by encouraging community engagement and supporting healthy ecosystems and healthy food sources. We have participated in many events over the years, but one of our ongoing initiatives in the Kawartha Lakes is the Pollinator Pathway. You can register your garden so it will be part of our corridor. A pollinator garden takes into account the needs of pollinators, bees, moths, beetles, butterflies, and hummingbirds by providing nectar and pollen. It is pesticide-free and offers a variety of native species that bloom from spring through fall with flowers of different colors, shapes, and sizes to suit all pollinators' tastes. Its habitat features can include a small water source, bee nesting sites, and larval plants such as milkweed for monarch butterfly caterpillars. Your city, anyone can participate. Residents, schools, churches, businesses, and farms. By planting pollinator-friendly plants, we are building a corridor across CKL. The database you are helping to create can be used to ascertain what our pollinator corridor looks like, what plant species are doing well here, and what seasonal gaps are occurring so we can encourage planting of a wider variety of plants. One of our very first initiatives was the Fenland Landfill Pollinator Project. This project was a multi-year project which began in 2015 and was planted in 2017. It was proposed to the Kawartha Lakes Waste Management by the Kawartha Lakes Environmental Advisory Committee and approved by the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. 1.5 acres of the final cover of a decommissioned cell at the landfill site has been sown with a pollinator-friendly seed mix to enhance habitat instead of the usual grass seed mix. Excuse me. One of our current initiatives is Biking for Pollinators, where native seed bombs are prepared and distributed by the Kawartha Cycling Club along trails so seeds can germinate in the spring. We are also working on a joint effort for the city to plant a pollinator garden on Residential Boulevard in Lindsay, and we are planning a front yard pollinator garden tour. Which leads me to why we are here today. This is our 3rd annual Be a Hero contest. I think it's our 4th. To call to action. Scientists are ringing the alarm bells that native pollinators are disappearing at an unprecedented rate. These bee heroes today are helping these essential critters by creating a pollinator habitat in their backyard, farm, or balcony. 1/3 of all the food we eat is thanks to their amazing pollination services. And this is why we are congratulating our 2022-2023 Bee Heroes. Be a Hero contest has been running since 2020 in reaction to the pandemic, so Bee City Kawartha Lakes could have an initiative to promote pollinators while keeping people safe. The contest was created to encourage people to think about pollinator gardens and the joy of gardening while helping to extend the City of Kawartha Lakes pollinator pathway. I would like to thank all the contestants for participating in the 2023 and urge people to promote pollinators wherever they can. We are always looking for new people to get involved to help our cause. Here are the 2023 Be a Hero contest winners in no particular order. So we have, the first one is Natasha Lararoff. She says, we moved in 3 years ago, there was nothing here but hostas and grass. I've been planting flowers in the back and created a pollinator garden along the side. I've planted phlox, echinacea, yarrow, hyssop, erigeum, fleabane, marigolds, dahlias, snapdragons, artemisia, lilac, shasta, pennyroyal, native grasses, foxglove, Queen Anne's lace, rudbeckia, amna, dara-roses, astilbe, globe thistle, poppies, zinnias, Joe pieweed, sweet peas, coropius, alpine strawberries, bee balm, mint, herbs, sunflowers. There's something for all. Holy smokes, that's a long list. So why did you choose to grow a pollinator-friendly garden? Because we decided in preserving my planet for future generations and to helping protect the population of insects, birds, and local wildlife in a way I can. Slide 4, please. Next, yeah. So this picture of her beautiful garden that started with nothing. So that's amazing what you've done, Natasha. Okay, so we're going to go on to the next one. Slide 5, please. And this is Donna Biscop. I bought my property a half acre in town 9 years ago with the intention of serious pollinator gardens. With that in mind, I now grow coneflower, bergamot, black-eyed Susans, specifically for bees and hummingbirds, but also have basil, asters, clover, currants, lupins, oregano, and sage, all of which the bees really love. With that in mind, what I love about gardening is sustaining myself with beauty and good food as I watch the bees, hummingbirds, and butterflies getting what they need. Question, why did you choose to grow a pollinator-friendly garden to steward the land, providing for myself and the bees? Next slide, please. This is a picture of Donna's beautiful garden. Okay, we'll go on to slide 7, and that's Lisa Hart. So is Lisa here? No, okay. My garden is more than pollinator-friendly. It's a memorial garden. I choose the impatient snapdragons and gladiola bulbs that my parents enjoyed. My mother was a dedicated gardener, and working with the flowers helps to keep her memory close. Why did you choose to grow a pollinator garden? The pollinators aren't the only ones who can benefit from a little patch of country in the city. I find my garden to be a peaceful escape. Okay, so here's a picture of Lisa's wonderful garden. Okay, so we're going on to Leah, and I believe Leah is here today. So Leah says, I planted my wildflower garden 2 years ago. It has black-eyed Susans, purple coneflowers, bachelor buttons, sweet William, bee balm, and so much more. I decided I wanted a garden that would help pollinate and help bees and also feed the butterflies. I love how completely wild it is. And so we asked, why did you do it? And she says, I actually chose to do this because I read that pollinators are starting to deplete and that they need more food. My favorite flowers are actually the black-eyed Susans and the purple coneflowers, echinacea. So I thought, why not? I love it. So if you'd like to come down here, Leah, we have a little presentation for you. And you also get a gift voucher for native flowers that will help your garden to flourish. Let's take a picture. Take a picture. Thank you. Congratulations. That's great. Okay, so that was her. So, okay, slide 10, and then we're on to Leslie Armstrong Braun. I planted common milkweed and swamp milkweed to feed the monarchs. I planted scarlet bee balm for the hummingbirds and butterflies, black-eyed Susans, purple coneflowers, orange coneflowers, white coneflowers, and cut leaf coneflowers because everyone loves them. Love watching all of the bees, birds, butterflies, and appreciate it. So, and she said, I love watching nature in action. Planting native plants is an easy way to see the ecosystem and very low maintenance. Excuse me. And we're on to slide 11 and Leslie Armstrong Braun. Here's a lovely photo. There we go. And then slide 12 is Astrid Hood. When we moved in, the waterfront property was clipped grass right down to the shoreline, next to a zone of tall reeds, cattails, and pickerel weed near the shore. I eliminated the cut grass and cultivated a pollinator garden by seeding mixed flowers and planted native perennials, such as black-eyed Susans, planted wildflower seed mix, and native perennials, such as black-eyed Susans. Excuse me. Allowed naturally occurring species, such as milkweed, to grow for the monarch butterflies, bees, butterflies, and hummingbirds visit the garden. She did this because she wanted to enhance the shoreline natural community to promote a healthy environment for the land and aquatic species. And this is so important to do along our shorelines. It really is. Okay, next one. So that's slide 13, Astrid's pictures, and that's what it went from to what it was, which is amazing. So, okay, and the next one, slide 14, is Harold Lenters, and Harold's here today. Most of the property is found within the backyard, and it was predominantly grass from the house to the lakefront. Over the past few years, I have planted a number of gardens comprised of purple coneflowers, black-eyed Susan, phlox, catmint, butterfly bushes, common milkweed, and many other plants and flowers. Most importantly, I let the shoreline naturalize. Way to go, Harold. Why did I choose to grow a pollinator-friendly garden? I'm a passionate gardener and wanted to create a backyard that was aesthetically appealing and functional, but also beneficial to bees, birds, and butterflies. I'm very pleased on how it has turned out. So the next slide, please. That's good. So Harold, you want to come down? We have a little presentation for you, and also thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so, and the last one I think we have is 16. It's the Boys and Girls Club. Kids in Motion childcare. Our gardens consist of swamp milkweed, goldenrod obedient plant, which I've never heard that one, but yarrow, wild strawberry, pearly everlasting, blazing star, purple coneflower, elderberry, cranberry bush, and sunflowers. So we are a local child care center, Kids in Motion childcare, that wanted to teach the children the importance of pollinators. The children became butterfly rangers through the David Suzuki Foundation and have been advocating throughout the community. Next slide, slide 17. This is a before and after. I'll just say what happened today. So each winner will receive a $50 gift certificate from Grow Wild or Greenside Up Farms, our local native plant nurseries. And I want to thank all the bee heroes of 2023. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our Pollinator Action Committee and welcome our new queen bee, Christine Zabados, who has been part of our hive since the beginning. I know we are in very good hands. Congratulations, everybody, and congratulations, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I have a motion to receive the presentations? Councillor Smeaton, Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that's passed. Moving on to deputations, our first deputation is item 6.1, which is the natural gas expansion in Bobcaygeon. David Rappaport is here in person, and I believe that Ms. Beal is on Zoom. She's there now. You
Hi
have
there,
5
can you hear me?
minutes. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councillors. On behalf of Seniors for Climate Action Now, Kawartha, I want to thank you for this opportunity. SCAN is an Ontario-based action group of older adults who are determined to address climate change and protect the planet for future generations. SCAN Kawartha is asking you to pause the city's support for Enbridge's Bobcaygeon project while you decide if indeed this is something that you want to support. If you withdraw your support, it will stop the project, and we believe it should be stopped. We've provided a lot of material for you to consider, and we believe that this information shows that the project is not an option that you should support. A previous council decided many years ago to support the Bobcaygeon project and to contribute financially to it, some $3 million in forgiven property tax. And the primary motivation, we understand, for their support back then was affordability. And that concern is even more important now. But as we've outlined in our material to you, things have changed. We now know that climate change is not something that's happening somewhere else for someone else to be concerned about. It's here now. It's a climate emergency, and it must factor into all of our decisions for now and in the future. And as we've outlined as well in our material to you, we know we need to get off fossil fuels. We know we need to electrify. It's the only answer if our next generations are going to have a livable future. I think that's what was behind this council's reasoning last year when it voted against gas plants. And as we've outlined in some detail, gas is not the answer for affordability or efficiency, and it certainly doesn't provide security now or in the future. I also want to ask you to read the submission to the Ontario Energy Board that was filed by Environmental Defence on March 25th. It is posted on the Ontario Energy Board's Bobcaygeon project website, and I provided it for circulation to you. That document raises some troubling questions about the project's finances. It suggests that there are risks for both current gas customers and for future customers in their ability to pay for this project. It appears that Enbridge's financial forecasts do not take into account the fact that gas customers are increasingly switching to heat pumps. And what that means is fewer customers left to pay for these types of projects, and therefore higher costs for the remaining customers. Environmental Defence's submission also indicates that Enbridge made its forecasts on the basis of a biased survey. This may have inflated the number of potential customers that Enbridge based its projections on. The document outlines a long list of failures to inform customers, as well as misleading statements. And these failures are now the subject of an investigation into misleading marketing practices by Canada's Competition Bureau. So, the decision that you are faced with You want to help people now, and you want to make wise infrastructure decisions for the future. So if this project goes ahead on the basis of the city's continued support, what happens? What if residents sign up for it and subsequently discover they could have had a heat pump for a lot less money? What will they think of this council that promoted this scheme with its support? How will you live with that? And could there even be liability issues? And for the goal of making wise infrastructure decisions, why would you invest? Why would you support yesterday's technology in something that is, why would you invest in something that is more costly, less efficient, and creates more greenhouse gas emissions? If this goes ahead, this isn't something that you can simply balance out with other climate-friendly measures. This sets you back even further. So why invest in infrastructure that will undermine the climate goals of the city and its residents? And why would you support a project that is so opposed to the hopes and the needs of our kids, our grandchildren, and future generations? We respectfully ask that you cancel your support for Enbridge's Bobcaygeon project. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputy? Seeing none, can I have a motion? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Thank you for the presentation, and definitely heat pumps are the way to go. But here's my critical question. The upfront capital cost of heat pumps is prohibitive, even with government subsidies. I did a bit of research, and we've got 5% of our population. It's a 20% increase over the past couple of years in using heat pumps, which is fantastic, but that only means 6% of the population are using heat pumps. 75% of us are still on oil or gas. Why is that? And I think it's the upfront capital cost is that barrier. So if the gas line extension doesn't go to Bobcaygeon, my fear is people will just continue on oil burning furnaces. And we all know that oil carbon footprint is 40% worse than natural gas. So by not allowing this, we actually might, I agree with you, we've got to get off fossil fuels. But where do we go from here in the short term? When I say short term, next 20, 30 years for Bobcaygeon, that are going to, in my viewpoint, are going to remain on oil burning furnaces because they don't have that option. They can't afford. You look at water heater rentals as a good analogy. Most people rent their water heater. Over a 10-year lifespan of a water heater, that's $4,000. You buy your water heater, it's only $2,000. It would make sense if everybody just bought their water heater, but they don't because they can't afford that. They look at it, that $2,000, I got my kids' tuition to pay for, I got car rentals. It's an issue. So what's your answer to that?
Through the mayor, may I answer?
Please do.
Yes, through the mayor. First of all, what I've read is one of the biggest barriers is the lack of information and the prevalence of misinformation about heat pumps and about alternatives and about incentives. Because right now, there are incentives that are very generous. For example, the federal government has a program to get people off oil onto heat pumps. And the eligibility criteria are very generous. Ontario's IESO, our independent electricity system operator, also has a program to get people off. You can get free heat pumps to get off electric baseboard heating. And the federal government also has a $40,000 up to $40,000 interest-free loan program. And Minister Wilkinson, after he stopped the generous rebate program, announced that a new program is going to be forthcoming that is designed even better and is aimed at low to middle income earners. So that's part of the issue, is getting that kind of information out to people. And Enbridge really hasn't gotten that information out to people. In fact, it's tried to steer people to gas. So we have information needs, and the fact remains that, yes, it is a substantial outlay, but all the evidence shows, and Enbridge knows this, that even after the initial outlay, there are incredible savings in switching to heat pumps, something like $12,000 over the course of that equipment's lifetime. And let's not forget as well that if people switch to gas, the incredible subsidy from existing gas customers of $68 million is going to Enbridge. It's not going to prospective customers. And that amount of money, that $68 million, doesn't even cover the entire capital cost. So existing customers and new customers of Enbridge are going to be asked to pay for all of this capital infrastructure. So when you sign on, if you sign on to gas, you are having to pay for all new equipment, for the conversion of whatever system you're on to a gas furnace. You're also going to have to pay Enbridge's system expansion surcharge fee, which, based on the average person's use of gas, will amount to over $600 per year. And I didn't realize this until I looked at Environmental Defense's document, and I don't think this is widely known either, that Enbridge, if your house is more than 20 meters from the gas line, as many rural properties are, you're going to pay $159 per meter to get hooked up. So as someone said to me recently, caveat emptor, and that is absolutely true. And I think the city can really help spread the word about heat pumps and, you know, as I say, cancel the gas project, help people get the real understanding that they need and deserve, and help us all get on that road to a better future.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, deputies, for the insightful presentation. My question is just briefly around cost of installation. You had mentioned the city being on the hook for some or taking a part in the installation, the sidewalk, the road construction, the installation of the infrastructure. Do you know if there is a cost associated with that, or is that perhaps a staff question?
It's a staff question. But we're doing deputations right now. So what I would say, Director Robinson, is that when the gas company comes in and tears up the road, they're responsible for fixing it. Is that good?
Actually, I was just curious about what the municipal contribution expected, but we can get that information at another time. Councillor
Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the deputy. When we talk about heat pumps have a good role to play, but they always need a backup. You have to have a backup heating and or a cooling furnace or air conditioner. You know, we're in a unique climate where we are in central Canada, where we can go from -40 to +40 in a matter of about 4 or 5 months. I don't think there's any other places in the world. I've been to the 2 hottest places in the world, Coober Pedy, Australia, and the hottest place in the world is in the Nevada-California border, in California, Death Valley, and they haven't broken a record in 100 years. But they're unique because they don't get cold like we do. We have such a range of fluctuations. How does someone not get away with having a backup if you just have a heat pump on its own? And the other thing is, if a heat pumps are like $8,000 to $15,000 US dollar, the average person, the average family in Kawartha Lakes, they just can't go out the next day and buy this. You have to upfront this, and you have to have the money, cash sitting in your bank. Not everybody has that. How do we propose that?
If I may answer through the mayor.
Please.
First of all, the technology is changing so rapidly. I mean, I understand your point. It is cold, and we get yo-yo weather. We can have a balmy 10 degrees during the day, and then it's minus 20 at night, right? But the fact is cold climate heat pumps do not require a backup furnace. All you need is an inexpensive heating element. And it's also true that I'm basing this on what I've read from Minister Wilkinson's comments, that this new incentive that's coming out from the federal government will be front-end loaded. You don't need to make all of the expenditures up front, that you will get the grant, and then you can go ahead and install your heat pump and whatever else that you need to do to get that heat pump up and running.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks. Just one more, couple things. Well, yesterday I attended that hearing at Queen's Park. It was really interesting. The Standing Committee on the Interior, Bill 165, an act to amend the Ontario Energy Board Act. And we heard from the Ministry of Energy, Honourable Todd Smith, and also heard from Liberal and NDP and the Green Party member, Green Party leader, who I talked to, nice guy. And I heard his side. I listened to both sides. Enbridge did their presentation, Environmental Defence did their presentation, and the Ontario Home Builders Association did their presentation. A couple of things that kind of stood out. I wasn't there for the whole day, but the Home Builders Association said if we abandon projects like the Bob Cajun, it's not just Bob Cajun, which is pretty well close to $100 million right now. You also have met members from Quinte West, the Mohawks of Quinte West, who want this, their project. Also Selwyn, Lakefield, and Uxbridge. Those projects are on hold too. So I listened to all these particular speakers, and it was great. One of the other things they mentioned, which was interesting, was that in the town of Markham, or it's not a town anymore, city of Markham, there are 36 homes being built where they're injecting hydrogen into the natural gas. Have you, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, I know it's just it's not an experimental project, but it looks like it's more the future, the hydrogen, than as opposed to, electrifying everything. Because if you electrify everything, and they even said you would have to build another Bruce nuclear plant, which is the largest nuclear plant in the world. We would have to build another one of those if we went all electric, and that's pretty scary because the cost of it. What are your thoughts on that, if I could, please, on the hydrogen?
I think hydrogen, if I may, through the mayor, I think most of hydrogen that is being created right now is dirty hydrogen, and it takes a lot of energy to create it. When our premier came into power, he canceled more than 700 renewable energy projects. A lot of those projects, I think, were to take place in areas where now the government has the community natural gas expansion program. So for people who've been existing on diesel or whatever, at some level, if gas is the only option that's being offered to them, you can understand why they would want it. But what we need, and what we've outlined in our material to you, please read it. It is possible to go a completely renewable route. For example, one of the projects that we've outlined in our material to you is offshore wind turbines in the Great Lakes. We could satisfy our energy needs with that. And then there's all the possibilities with distributed energy resources and with hydro battery storage. It's just a really incredibly exciting time because the clean options are so real and so there that we don't need schemes that perpetuate the use of fossil fuels. And we don't need fossil fuels, and we don't need nuclear, because we have all of these genuine, inexpensive avenues available to us.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. I'm a bit confused. Didn't the province already override the OEB decision?
Go ahead.
Through the mayor, unfortunately, the province introduced Bill 165 as a way to undermine the Ontario Energy Board decision dealing with Enbridge's capital expansion plans. And this is a piece of legislation that we should all be worried about, because the OEB is an independent body. It's supposed to be an independent body. Not only is its mandate to regulate the large energy companies that we have to deal with, but it's in our corner. It's protecting us from exorbitant fees as much as it can. So by introducing this legislation to undermine that decision, this is a really dangerous entry on the part of our government, because we need an independent energy board. We don't need a politicized energy board. And I mean, that decision, Enbridge appealed it. The government didn't have to do that. There is a process to resolve concerns such as Enbridge's. The government should have stood back and let that process work. And furthermore, I would direct you to the Ontario Energy Board website, which has the mandate letters from the Minister of Energy. And it's very clear in the mandate letters that the Ontario Energy Board was simply carrying out the marching orders from the Minister of Energy. Seniors for Climate Action Now has also made a submission to the hearings. Unfortunately, we didn't get standing, but we have submitted a brief, and if you're interested, I could forward that to you as well.
Thank you. That would be very helpful. Thank you. I was just, through Mr. Mayor, I was wondering if Mr. Rappaport wanted to say a couple words.
They had 5 minutes for their deputation, and it was between the two of them. No, you have to ask for 2 deputations if both of you want to speak, because there's 5 minutes for a deputation. And in actual fact, you have taken over 20 minutes with the answering of the questions, which we appreciate very much. So, sorry. I have a motion to receive the deputation. Councillor Warren, Deputy Mayor McDonald, all in favor, and that's passed.
Thank you.
Our next deputant is Gabriela Kalapos, and she's on Zoom, and she's speaking on the Ontario Energy Board decision to remove the subsidy relating to fossil fuel infrastructure for new development. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much to members of council and to staff and the community for allowing me time on your agenda to speak to the Ontario Energy Board decision to remove the fossil fuel subsidy from Enbridge and to ensure that Enbridge is advancing stranded asset risk into its decision making. I'm Gabby from the Clean Air Partnership. We're a charitable environmental organization, and we work with municipalities to help them increase the ambition and implementation of their climate actions and community livability as well on that front. And we really do it by kind of helping to bring the municipalities together, support their research needs, and then reduce the duplication of efforts across municipalities. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of background on the situation that we're facing right now, which is that developers don't pay for fossil fuel infrastructure. And let's be honest, if we don't pay for infrastructure, we often just don't make the best decisions associated with it. Ontario learned this as a result of the property tax base previously being used to subsidize new development costs, and brought in the Development Charges Act that really pushed the message of growth needs to pay for growth, and the property tax base can't be the one that subsidizes all of the cost associated with bringing new infrastructure to new developments. This is along the very same line as well. It's important to recognize that this infrastructure costs money. It is not our only option for meeting energy needs at present. We have options that that enable us to go to full electrification in a cost-effective way, especially with new developments where all of these decisions are like the ideal scenario for making that work. But if you're not paying for infrastructure, are you really going to be making the decisions that you would be making if you were actually paying for infrastructure? Will you take the time and effort into looking at different options for how to meet people's energy needs and considering both the upfront capital cost as well as the operational cost to look at the options available to you and choose the one that you think is the best option? No, if you're not paying for fossil fuel infrastructure, you're just going to bring the pipelines in, and the same old energy planning that we've done in the past will be the energy solution for the future of that, thereby further digging us into a fossil fuel pit. And new developments present a huge opportunity for really moving this transition to a low carbon energy system in Ontario that we need to face. So a little bit of the consequences associated with that. Really just wanted to highlight that this is not a fossil fuel ban. The decision that the Ontario Energy Board made is simply telling Enbridge, you need to start taking stranded asset risk into your decision making. It takes 40 years to pay for this infrastructure. And if we don't, and we're not supposed to be burning fossil fuels for 40 years. So any new developments in 2030 will still be paying for it in 2070. So this is the option. We should not be burning fossil fuels into 2070. And also think about it from the perspective that, yes, it means that if we bring fossil fuels into new developments, there is always we know that they're going to be on the fossil fuel furnace in their system for at least 15 years until that asset comes to its end of life. And in all likelihood, in 15 years, they will be choosing a cold climate air source heat pump to meet their energy needs. And then that leaves 25 more years of paying for that infrastructure that the rate base is going to have to subsidize as a result of it. So really, we need to start bringing the full cost of infrastructure into decision-making to push the development community to consider other options for how to meet their customers' energy needs. And this decision would help move the market in that direction. If it's free and it's easy, and we all know the fossil fuel option is free and easy, we will be making the same decisions and further digging ourselves into this fossil fuel pit. A little bit of highlighting. Really, this decision helps move Ontario into the emerging low carbon economy. We know other areas are going into this economy. We want Ontario to move into this economy too. We also want Ontario to be a participant in this low carbon energy transformation. And if we continue to make these decisions that kind of push the fossil fuel option on new developments, we are not going to be the participant that we really need to be in this low carbon economy. And then just a little bit of a highlighting. There's a lot of cost associated with this. This comes out to about $1.5 billion over 5 years to pay for the infrastructure that's required to bring these fossil fuel infrastructure to new developments. That's $600 for every single Enbridge customer that needs to be paid to subsidize this infrastructure. It also means that we're actually not we're not we're not advancing the fossil fuel, the transition, and really opening up the market to explore what are the other options? What do they cost in upfront capital cost? What do they cost in operating costs? We need to advance this conversation. And this is one of the decisions that can help really move the development community into considering other ways to meet energy needs, not just the fossil fuel option. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just hang tight. There may be some questions. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I was watching Queen's Park yesterday too, and I don't know if you can answer this question, based on the decision yesterday or not. But how many municipalities, if you know, how many municipalities have motions supporting the OEB decision to stop the expansions of gas pipelines?
Yeah, I can actually. Give me 1 second. Hamilton has one. There's Whitby that has passed a motion to approve the Ontario Energy Board decision. Lake of Bays, Township of Severn, Prince Edward County, King Township, City of Toronto, the City of Guelph, and have passed motions already. And while the deadline for the submission on the ERO process is it was April 7th, there's still this is a wonderful opportunity to get this education happening. We are still thinking that fossil fuel is the cheapest way to go, and that is not the case anymore. There are more cost-effective opportunities to meet people's energy needs. But those are the municipalities thus far that have passed resolutions in support of the Ontario Energy Board decision to require Enbridge to bring that stranded asset risk into their decision making.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Smeaton. That was one of my questions as well. Just a quick one is, how's the development community responding, and are they providing any solutions?
Well, the development community isn't very supportive of it, largely because they don't want to have to pay for upfront capital cost of infrastructure. They're not often very supportive of, they weren't very supportive of development fees when development fees were set in place. But again, they don't want to add upfront infrastructure costs. And look, I understand we're in a housing affordability crisis. I totally understand that. And we don't want to add in more costs to it. But these are actual real costs that we're going to have to pay. They're paying for the rate base. Then why wouldn't they be paid in the same way that development charges are allocated? Electricity has to pay for new infrastructure costs as well, but fossil fuels don't. It's a very unequal playing field favoring fossil fuels. I would actually say that one of the opportunities that we could look at is like, if that's an issue in regards to bringing infrastructure and paying for those infrastructure, you don't need to bring that infrastructure. If you are going all electric, you don't need to bring and pay for that fossil fuel infrastructure. And then that way you can bring those costs into it. There are rental agencies. Thankfully, there's more and more coming onto the market. We still need a lot more, but there are rental equipment options where you can rent to own. There's always going to be paying more for that rent to own option. So if many municipalities are now actually offering loans to their residents to be able to pay for those upfront capital costs that can be paid back through energy savings. We're smart. We can figure out some ways to address those upfront capital costs on it. But the principle is this, that growth really should be paying for growth. And while no one wants to add additional costs onto it, we do it for sewers, we do it for roads, we do it for electricity infrastructure, but we don't do that for fossil fuels.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Gabby, for coming today. Another issue when, gas is not going to be favorable in the next while, who would be responsible for digging up all those pipelines along all our roads?
Well, Enbridge has the right to, through the mayor, Enbridge has the right to abandon its infrastructure in the right of way. That's been an issue for some municipalities in terms of that. So they do have the right to do it. Now, municipalities do, I think a number of municipalities require Enbridge to pay for property taxes along the right of way. But Enbridge does have the right through an Ontario Energy Board decision not to remove their infrastructure in the right of way. And a municipality would have to challenge that.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the deputy. Yesterday, when I was in the legislature, there was quite a heated discussion on the carbon tax. Now, the carbon tax, what is your thoughts on this? Because the carbon tax is like a snowball effect that's caused so much inflation. Even the carbon tax as it is makes everything expensive, even electric. And also the choice and affordability.
Councillor, how does this relate to natural gas to Bob Cajun?
Because the taxes are involved in it.
But the
and we're talking-
taxes will be on the natural gas or they'll be on the electricity.
Okay, so my question,
it's-
I'll have a new question, please. So choice and affordability, those were brought up here. Do you believe that people have the right to a choice of what their energy source should be?
Absolutely. I think that they absolutely have the right to make that choice. This is not a fossil fuel ban. This is simply requiring Enbridge to pay for the infrastructure the same way we pay for all our roads for new development or for sewers. It is not a fossil fuel ban. Developers still have the choice to bring fossil fuels into new developments. Should they choose, that's the right course. What this really pushes is an exploration of the other options that are available, rather than just doing the same old energy planning of bringing the pipelines in to solve the energy needs of these communities. We need to take a more fulsome and objective analysis of what are the different options for how to meet people's energy needs, and then looking at it from the perspective of what makes the most sense from upfront capital costs as well as operational costs. But developers will not be doing this exploration if the fossil fuel infrastructure is given to them on a silver platter with no cost attached to it. That it undermines accountability associated with decision making. But it's important to recognize this is not a fossil fuel ban. Developers still have the choice to bring fossil fuels in to meet their energy needs. What we're hoping is that the lack of, or the requiring to pay for that infrastructure makes them consider other options available to them, and then make a decision based on that, just on what they think is the best option. But they won't be considering all electrification scenarios, because I think that's one of the other issues as well. People still have this idea of fear of electrically heating buildings because the old technology was baseboard heatings. No one's suggesting baseboard heatings. No one would be that would be like recommending a rotary phone when we have cell phones and smartphones in our pocket. We have we have heat pumps, whether it be geothermal, whether it be air source heat pumps that would be applicable into the market. Why can't we advance those considerations so that we can look at what really makes the most sense? No one's advocating for increasing operational energy costs to meet people's energy needs. Air source heat pumps are 4 times as efficient as an air conditioner is. That will bring down the peak load requirements associated with our electricity need in the middle of summer. So there's huge opportunities. There's also really lots of opportunities for air source heat pumps this will be in existing buildings, not new buildings, keep in mind, but there's also opportunities for those who are now reliant on baseboard heating to move towards air source and or heat pumps to improve the efficiency and heating quality of those buildings. So I really wanted to kind of highlight, I know that there's a lot of baggage that we have associated with this fear of electrically heating, but that's based on old technology and not on the new air source, the new heat pump technologies. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor Perry, Councillor Richardson. All in favor? Thank you for coming today.
Thank you very much for allowing me the time.
Item 6.3 on the agenda is Heather McDermott on the economic and emission benefits of the use of heat pumps over gas and other fueled heating systems.
Hello.
Hi, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you for having me. I'm Dr. Heather McDermott. I'm a climate change mitigation consultant, and I specialize in low carbon solutions for single family homes. And I'm speaking today in respect to the Bob Cajun gas expansion community. I have been studying the low carbon solutions for single family homes for many years now. I've come to the conclusion that heat pumps really are the future for home heating. And it's not just me that says this. The International Energy Agency, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and many climate action plans, municipalities that have really looked into this deeply across the continent have come to the same conclusion. And because of that, I believe that we should not be proceeding with gas expansion communities. And one of the reasons that that my analysis has shown is that for people in gas expansion communities, heating with gas is going to be far more expensive than heating with a heat pump. So my analysis shows that with April utility rates, so I'm using current rates, current costs for equipment, an average home in a gas expansion community will save over $10,000 in 15 years with a cold climate air source heat pump instead of gas equipment for space and water heating. $10,000. And that analysis includes the upfront cost of the equipment, because we do know that heat pumps are more expensive upfront. The main reason it's so incredibly expensive in the gas expansion communities is because they are paying an extra 23 cents per cubic meter for natural gas to help pay for that infrastructure. That infrastructure, as Gabby pointed out very clearly, is likely to become stranded assets. 23 cents per cubic meter, just for reference, doesn't sound like a lot, but currently the gas supply charges for regular communities, not gas expansion communities, is 10 cents per cubic meter. So people in these communities are paying 33 cents, more than 3 times more for the gas supply. I'm not including distribution charges and other charges in that. Heat pumps also provide cooling that's increasingly necessary for our climate. They provide more even heat, so it is a better quality of heating. People are more comfortable with heat pumps. There's no risk of carbon monoxide poisoning, no risk of stranded natural gas in assets, and they significantly reduce emissions, not just for the home, but also for the community. And you must be feeling the pressure at this point to be reducing community emissions as well. And that pressure is just going to grow. So just to sum up, things have changed. The landscape isn't the same as it was several years ago. Today, if you build a new gas expansion project, don't count on people hooking up. Heat pumps are the better option now and for the future. And I can speak to alternatives, peak power, hydrogen, those types of things if people want some more input on that.
Thank you. See if there are any questions. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd like more information on that hydrogen. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question. So hydrogen can be mixed with natural gas and use the existing natural gas infrastructure, but only to 20% by volume. After that, there are issues with embrittling. It can damage the infrastructure. It embrittles the metal and makes it more likely to leak. But 20% by volume is only 7% by energy, because hydrogen is less dense. And that means, so if you are looking for hydrogen to be a solution, even if you can overcome the whole problem of getting low carbon hydrogen, which is a major barrier and is likely to be extremely expensive, you can't get replace more than 7% of the natural gas with hydrogen, the natural gas energy. What are you doing with the other 93% of the natural gas energy? That's still high carbon. There isn't anywhere near enough renewable natural gas to make up that. It's a bit of a dead end solution in terms of space heating. Hydrogen absolutely has a role to play in our low carbon future, but not for space heating. And the other issue that came up was peak power, concerns that if we all go on heat pumps, we're going to run into issues with peak power. I did a study for the Ontario Clean Air Alliance just recently looking at what would happen if all single-family homes switched to heat pumps in Ontario. What would be the impact on peak power? And the outcome is it's not as bad as many people think it's going to be. We absolutely have to build out more capacity as our society electrifies, but it's maybe not as bad as many people believe it to be. And that's partly because cold climate air source heat pumps are getting better and better. They are able absolutely to heat down to whatever temperatures we get here in Ontario, except, whatever temperatures you get down here down in Southern Ontario, you can heat with a heat pump if they can be built with a built-in electric resistance backup heater that will kick in if it loses capacity, and it can sort of boost up the heat. So you can go 100% electric. The cold climate heat pumps are getting better and better, so they become less and less resistant on those backup heaters. But we also have technologies that can help mitigate those peaks. And those technologies are going to see greater and greater adoption as our society gradually shifts to cold climate air source heat pumps. That includes things like electric vehicles with bidirectional charging, electric thermal storage, which is already being subsidized in many provinces because of the incredible benefits to the grid to using electric thermal storage. It's more cost effective than many alternatives. Batteries, home batteries, improvements to the building envelope, which also reduce the peak power draw. And we have to remember that something like, I think it's 14% of homes in Ontario are already heating with electric resistance heaters. And when they shift to a heat pump, their power draw is going to decrease. So that peak power draw is not the big, scary problem that many people think it is. We have time to adjust our systems to accommodate the increased power draw, because this shift to heat pumps isn't going to happen overnight. This is going to be happening over decades. And the electric system is already planning for this. I think those were the issues that came up. If there were any other issues you'd like me to speak to, just let me know.
Thank you. Seeing nothing, can I have a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor Warren, Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Our next deputation, 6.4, is a request for a license agreement for a parking encroachment on the city-owned road allowance known as Snug Harbor Road. Mr. Brian Reel, and he is on Zoom. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Yes, hello, and thank you for your time. What I'd like to ask the Committee of the Whole here and the City Council is to reverse a decision made by the land management team back in November last year to stop us from putting in a parking structure at the level of the city road, Snug Harbor Road. A number of our neighbors have put a parking structure up there at road level because there's a hill right at the city level, at the city road level. And that hill is quite steep, and we cannot put a driveway or any kind of parking access from the city road down to our garages or parking in front of the house. My next door neighbor has one. There's half a dozen on the street. There's people that park trailers right on the city allowance. And what we're asking for is an improvement to safety and even equity. The safety is, if we need to get out in the middle of the winter, there's about 300 feet that I have to plow to get out on the service road that we have. That's fine for 9 months of the year, but for 3 months, that can cause a problem. What we'd like to be able to do is build this parking structure and be able to access the plowed city roads just by literally getting in our vehicle and exiting the parking structure. So I think that safety will improve any medical issues we might have, any service vehicles, be it an ambulance, fire service vehicles that we do have come to clear the holding tank or whatever it might be. They don't need to park on the shoulder of the road. There is no shoulder up there to speak of on that side of the road. It might be 1.5 feet, 2 feet. So we'd like to be able to put this parking structure up there, get people off the road, allow us to access the road directly, and not have to worry about a potential snowfall stopping us from getting out to the road. And the other thing, as I mentioned briefly, is the equity issue. A number of my neighbors right on Snug Harbor here have similar parking structures. I do see people all over town parking right near the road, on their city allowance, but it's in front of their house. And I don't see why this is going to be a big issue for the town. It's not going to cost them anything, and we're the ones putting the bill for this parking structure. So I'd like you to take a look at that decision, as I say, and hopefully reverse it so we can proceed ahead with building a parking structure up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Just stay on the line, and we'll see if there are any questions. I'm seeing none, so what will happen is your presentation will be received and referred to council, and at the council meeting, it can be extracted and asked for the staff to bring us back a report on why it was turned down, and council can deliberate it. So, okay, so I'll get a motion to receive. Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Yeo, all in favor? And that's passed. So it will get recommended to go to council on April 30th, and council can then do what they wish with it. Okay?
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next item is item 6.5, which is Miss Holly Darling, a request to allow a pet pig under the bylaw to regulate animals in the city of Kawartha Lakes, and she also is on Zoom.
Hi, thanks for meeting with me today.
You have 5
I'm
minutes.
just looking. Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So today I'm just looking to either change bylaw or ask for a variance to keep my pet pig George, who I've had for 7 years. And I know one of the biggest issues right now is that they're worried about breeding, like if he got out, things like that. He is fixed, and it's not like he's just like a farm pet. I've had him since 7 years, and he used to be an indoor pig, and I just want to either get a variance to keep him or somehow change bylaw somehow. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see if there are any questions here for you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, is that a potbelly pig? Like the
No, he's a sorry.
Okay.
Yes, sorry. Yes, he's a Julian pig is what the breed he is.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and thank you, Holly, for coming today. And I do want to recognize that you and I have had some conversations. And I recognize where you're going with this. Unfortunately, George does tend to get a little bit wanderlust in the neighborhood the few times. So we do have him getting out of his fenced-in area, which has created some issues in the community. So I think that's probably, and we do have a bylaw in place, but we'll have some further discussions, and I appreciate you coming today.
Thank you. The only thing I ask is like if you guys did approve it in some way, like got the variance, not just changing the bylaw, if I had someone after I got the structure fixed, somebody come out and look at it, and that if that somehow could change the variance of how we keep him in.
Thank you. So your deputation will be referred to council on April 30th, where it can be extracted and deliberated, and then somebody will get back to you. Okay?
Okay, yes, thank you.
Thanks very much. Can I have a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor Richardson, Councillor Yeo. All in favor? And that passes. Item 6.6 on the agenda is Ms. Lynn Craig, and she's speaking about the low-income senior tax rebate. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Yes, I'm here this afternoon to speak about the property tax assistance for low-income seniors. The amount of the rebate now stands at $175, and I understand that it's been at the same amount since 2017 and perhaps even earlier. Unfortunately, I was unable to obtain information previous to that year. But what I recommend is that this rebate amount should be increased substantially to be more in line with the increases in property taxes that have been taken over that same period of time. Although I'm unable to confirm this due to the rules about privacy information, I believe that the low-income seniors that are applying for this rebate are seniors that have lived and worked in this community for many, many years. So not only have they contributed to the community through their taxes, but I'm sure they've been doing volunteer work, supporting local businesses, supporting community facilities such as libraries and arenas and schools. I was advised that the number of people receiving this rebate last year was 247 people out of, I believe, more than 20,000 household properties that pay taxes. Taking this into consideration, I believe that even an increase of $100, which would work out to less than $25,000 as an additional budget expense, is a very small amount in light of the total city budget. My other recommendation would be to have this amount reviewed each year to see where if it should stay the same or be increased. I feel that both these measures would help low-income seniors who are struggling in this financial or this economic market for them to be able to hang on to their family homes for a longer period of time. That's it.
Thank you. If you just remain there, there are 1 or 2 questions, Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Thanks for coming. I just wanted to make sure you knew that later on the agenda today, if received, a proposed tax policy decision is going to council at the end of the month that would increase that $175 to $300. So that's something for you to watch over. That's not approved today, but it will be discussed in a few weeks. So
yes, I understand. I think we're going to stay for that presentation.
Good.
So,
Councillor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Lynn, and thanks for coming today. And we've had a few conversations on the phone, and I certainly appreciate your sentiment here because it's been a long time coming. And as Councillor Smeaton said, there is a report coming and it's going to increase it to $300. But you make a good point in that this should be reviewed every year or at least every other year. And so we don't have to pay a big catch up every 5 or 10 years because, seniors, as you say, I mean, you've built this community for many years. They've paid taxes for many years, and we're not asking for a lot of money here. And I'm pretty sure we will get support around this table here for that report. But I think you have a good idea to bring this up every year, and or at least every other year that staff look at it again and see if is this enough. And but I think we're heading in the right direction. But I wanted to thank you for coming. Thanks.
Is there a question in there anywhere?
No, just an appreciation for bringing it up because it hasn't been brought up in many years, and it's I want to thank Manager Liotti for bringing the report, and we're going to talk about it. But I think it's a thank you, I guess, basically what I'm trying to say.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Can I get a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor Joyce, Councillor Ashmore, all in favor? And that passes. All of these deputations, the recommendation will be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Moving on to correspondence, we have, no, you may not. You are not on the agenda. Please sit down or leave. You will sit down or you will leave. You will sit down. We'll take a respite for 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, folks. Moving on to item 7, which is correspondence. We have short-term rental licensing program, a letter from Mr. Randy Burke, that the correspondence from Randy Burke regarding the short-term rental licensing program be received, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Councillor Warren.
I'll move that. Thank you for doing that.
You're welcome. Moved by Councillor Warren, seconded Councillor Perry. All those in favor? And that's passed. We'll now move on to item 8, which is presentations, and our first presentation is item 8.1. We have Mr. Chris Hanley and Mr. Chris Appleton, who are going to inform council about the Fenelon Falls Power Links Committee update for 2024. Gentlemen, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am Chris Appleton, Chris Hanley. Nice to see council and senior staff. Know most of you, so that's already good. We're here today to tell you about the Fenelon Falls Power Links Committee and some of the work they've been doing recently. Some of you will know, it's been around for a while. Power Links is an advisory committee to council, so I don't think we even have status as an official committee of council. We meet, we are typically joined by Director Shanks and Leanne Donnelly. Chris Hadley is the current chair, I'm vice chair, and we have Councillor Perry as our ward councillor. Previously, we had the mayor as our ward councillor, so I know both.
Can you just move the microphone over a little?
I'm sorry, I have to speak into the mic. We have councillor, we have staff, and we have citizens, including the two of us, Mike Barkwell, Craig Bachman, and Brian Rump. So we have income from the power plant. That goes into a reserve fund for the city. PowerLinks does projects on its own or supports third-party projects. We will make a recommendation which goes through staff and ultimately to council. So council has control over all of this. 2 years ago, we came forward to seek $150,000 to be released to pursue the Clifton Street pedestrian bridge, which is our big project. And Chris will talk about that in more detail. So we have now, after 2 years, inside that spending envelope, received good news from our engineers. It looks like this project is viable. I wish we had do we have a picture?
We'll get to that, yeah.
So this is just downstream from the falls, and it'll connect Clifton Street north and south in Fenelon. It'll be a second pedestrian bridge. We think it's a terrific idea. We have received tremendous support from staff, and maybe I'll just go off script a minute here to recognize the support we've received from Director Shanks. And Director Shanks is leaving us at the end of the month. So I just wanted to go on the record to thank you, and also to thank his most able assistants, Leanne Donnelly, who I think is listening today. So thank you for all your support, Craig. And I think it's important to remind you that when you're a citizen, we're looking for more citizens on this committee. So perhaps we'll be in touch. That's a brief background. I don't want to spend a lot of time on background because I want you to see the bridge. There's the bridge. So unless there's any questions, I'm going to turn it over to Chris Handley to talk more about the project. But I'm happy to take any questions if you want on background.
We'll catch you at the end.
Thank you for the introduction, Chris. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the council. Thank you for hearing us this afternoon. I'm here to speak more specifically about the project. Chris has already spoke about the background of what got us here today. So we've done research, design, engineering studies on the potential for docking in the lower gorge, as well as a pedestrian crossing that would help move people in the area. The request today is to seek a confirmation of a previous motion from council that supported this project so that we can move into the permitting phase. And the first element of that we propose to be the pedestrian bridge crossing the lower gorge on the city-owned Clifton Street crossing. There is an image on the next slide, please, showing the overhead of the area, and the highlighted areas there represent existing city-owned land. So the studies that we have conducted so far have confirmed the viability of the project in terms of being able to physically construct it. What's being proposed is a single span structure that would allow pedestrians to cross between the lower or the south and north gorge, which would facilitate movement for docking on the water level on both sides. The next slide, please, shows a perspective from the water level on what the bridge could look like. And I don't really have anything more specific to talk about at this point. We're looking for council's support for, or a letter of support rather, so that we can move forward with permitting.
Thank you. Are there any questions? It's a good project, eh? Yeah. So what we want to do is receive the project, and we will, it will come to council, and it can be extracted, and ask staff to come back with a report and a letter of support, if that is council's wish. So if no questions, we'll receive the deputation, and it will be brought forward to the regular council meeting on the 30th of April. Councillor Perry, you're moving that? And Councillor Warren, you're seconding it? Okay. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to serve the community.
As I said, we do have a time presentation for 3 o'clock, but in the meantime, we have the Kawartha Art Gallery business case presentation. Susan Taylor. Is she on? I think they're coming in to present on the floor. Yeah, just hang with us a second. Good afternoon and welcome to council. You'll find a button at the bottom. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, can you turn off the podium in the gallery? Thank you. Please, whenever you're ready, Ms. Taylor.
Back on again? Oh, okay, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Susan Taylor. I'm the Executive Director at Kawartha Art Gallery, and with me today is Tim Crouch, the Strategic Planner and Communications Coordinator for Kawartha Art Gallery. Okay. You're my next man.
Oh, no, she's got it.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Kawartha Art Gallery is before you today because of what the City of Kawartha Lakes Council did in 2023. Through your 2023 operational investment, you gave the gallery an opportunity, and an investment that has created an extraordinary level of growth and opportunity for the gallery. Due to the City of Kawartha Lakes operational funding support of the gallery in 2023, the gallery was able to realize paying Carfax fees to exhibiting artists. Just as a musician gets paid for their creative output, an artist exhibiting at Kawartha Art Gallery will now receive payment for their creative output. Being in a financial position to pay Carfax has given the gallery an increased level of professional acknowledgement, and as a public art gallery paying Carfax, the gallery now meets the requirement for eligibility for grants to public art galleries. The gallery is now receiving requests to exhibit from across Canada, increasing the City of Kawartha Lake's profile. That's really significant for a little gallery in the upstairs of a library to be receiving requests from artists to exhibit in our space in the Kawarthas. Over the course of 2023-2024, the gallery's community visibility and investment has increased significantly, and this is all due to you. Thank you. Since 2021, visitor and exhibit attendance has increased 10 to 15% each year. This growth is directly related to the municipal funding. In 2023, the gallery offered 10 professional exhibits, including a student juried exhibit and a juried exhibit partnership with Fleming College, Lindsay Campus, and Haliburton. 9 live events, including partnerships with Fleming College and Haliburton, 9 Pie-Eyed Monk, our first live music event, and our highest attended juried exhibit presentation celebrating the City of Kawartha Lakes being named a bird-friendly community. 3 community initiatives, including a student mural project in partnership with a place called Home, Crazy Creative for children aged 7 to 13 supporting Kawartha Lake's food source, and LCVI PALS project, as well as artist, teacher, and Indigenous resources on support on our website. The 2024 initiatives include Palette Partners, a recently acknowledged initiative partnering local artists with local businesses, Undercurrents, a community film program, the continuation of the music series at the Pie-Eyed Monk, and the creation of a special events committee for multiple organizations in the municipality. Art Warriors for Youth, a program with an advocacy focus, and artist networking events. There are currently 30,000 seasonal residents looking for access to cultural services. This is a vast, untapped market that is hungry for what the gallery can offer. The gallery is looking ahead to the growth in population in the City of Kawartha Lakes. As new residents, they bring with them more diverse approaches to what visual art they prefer and how they enjoy experiencing art. The 2024-2027 draft strategic plan lists the streamlining of municipal approval processes for federal residential development, and current projections indicate a City of Kawartha Lakes population increase to 117,000 with 22,000 new homes and 39,000 new jobs by 2051. Since 2023, the gallery has seen an increase in community visibility and investment, and this is directly related to the municipal funding. Gallery sponsors are initiating conversations regarding increasing their financial levels of sponsorship. The recent Found Family donation has resulted in the Ken Found Art Fund managed by the Community Foundation of Kawartha Lakes. Wesley Found recognized the city's investment as a stamp of approval for his family's own financial support. Here's the opportunity. The Kawartha Art Gallery, with municipal support, has transformed itself into community space while still advancing the economy and profile of the City of Kawartha Lakes. We are a community hub that, alongside with other organizations in arts and culture, has helped to grow the creative economy of the City of Kawartha Lakes and increase tourism. While we recognize and are grateful that we are in year 2 of a 3-year operational funding agreement from the municipality, we have been recently given an extraordinary offer that was not known at the start of this funding cycle. While we remain committed to the new proposed cultural center, we have also been offered a new space to operate the gallery in downtown Lindsay with a move-in date of September 2024. There is an immediate need for us to move out of our current location, and we wish to move ahead. When the cultural center is ready, we have been given the flexibility of either moving into the center or to consider a hub and spoke model where we would have a satellite presence in the center in addition to our core new space at 19 Cambridge Street South here in Lindsay. 19 Cambridge Street South would provide the gallery with the opportunity to hit current capacity and look to the increased capacity this offer will bring. One of the gallery's strongest areas is in the value it brings to the community. We believe in partnerships and collaborations, not silos. In realizing a move to the Cambridge Street building, the gallery will share the space with the Kawartha Lakes Arts Council with consideration of future space collaborations. Kawartha Art Gallery is before you today with a request for a financial reassessment in light of the gallery's rental offer of 19 Cambridge Street South. Kawartha Art Gallery's ask is for a memorandum of understanding to be in place with an ask for a total of $500,000. $150 in 2024, $150 in 2025, and $200 in 2026. A new additional investment on top of the $150 previously committed to the gallery, $50 each year from 2023 to 2025. This 3-year investment allows the gallery to build its staff and move into a new space, achieving a level of stability and increased diverse revenue sources. Once the new cultural center is realized, then we propose working with the municipality to revisit this funding. We are also seeking a partnership agreement to partner with the city in its advocacy efforts. Additional municipal funding, as can be seen above, is going to directly support Kawartha Art Gallery's rent of the new space. At the same time, it allows the gallery to vacate valuable space in the Lindsay branch of the Kawartha Lakes Public Library that is desperately needed and would otherwise need to be found with an additional cost to the city. By adding another cultural tourism building downtown, this move fits into the downtown revitalization efforts. Increased funding will allow the gallery to invest in people. As a not-for-profit, money that comes in goes into valuable programming and financial opportunities for local artists.
That up a bit. Thank you, Susan, and thank you, everyone. This is very exciting to be here. The fun stuff, I will go fairly quickly through this because it is in the attached report. I know we are under a time deadline, but I just wanted to, through looking at these graphs, they show our gradual lessening of reliance on the municipal funding. With what Susan and I have done is put in conservative revenue estimates in new forms of revenue that will greatly open up with this new space. So we've looked ahead by looking at that. These are included in your attached report. So again, I won't spend much time. We can look at the next slide. As you can see, the red starts to go smaller. And what we are doing in year 2 is an expansion of our granting and fundraising efforts, which I'll speak to in a moment. And then the next slide, please. Slide 3, you see it's a bit more balanced in terms of our revenue breakdown. So with this investment to help hire more staff and move to a larger and more functional space, alongside a 3-year strategic plan, we did make conservative estimates in all of these areas in terms of the growth we will get. And I'll speak to it just very quickly. Programming in terms of visitorship has been increasing every year, and with a new space, we foresee that continuing. Individual donations, again, has been growing each year, and we look at a 3-year plan to grow to 25% growth by year 3. This coincides with the hiring of a fundraising professional to help us with those efforts. 2023 was our highest year for individual donations, and we have just started the new Ken Found Art Fund through the Community Foundation. So we see that continuing to build. And then sponsorship, membership, and gift shop, again, because of the new space and our new outlook will continue to grow. A quick note on grants. We do, as a not-for-profit arts group, rely on grants at the provincial and national level. They are unreliable at best of times, and so we are putting some very conservative estimates for those, but with more staff time and capacity, capacity being the key word, it is a numbers game. We will continue to apply to many and improve our chances. Next slide, please. And then the same thing, this is now the expenses side. As similar to revenue, you'll see that it continues to change as we go along, and we can go a couple of slides forward. Thank you. Before we get to this projection, just want to say matching this 3-year financial projection is a 3-year strategic plan that we are also working on, where we are doing an assessment of our current projects and looking at the key return on investment of each one to really hone in on what will make the most effect for this community, and then we will execute that with a proposal. We have been working for a national organization called Business for the Arts, and they have put us firmly in the growth stage as an organization, and we are trying to reach maturity, and so that is what a lot of this is reaching out to. And we will be looking at specifically the areas of programming, management, governance, resources, and systems. And just briefly before I pass back to Susan, we can go to, thanks, Sarah. Some key expense projections, just to really highlight them. This one is wages for Kawartha Art Gallery staff. Put together for all staff, wages for all employees is currently shy of $50,000 for the year. This is well below the average for not only national medians, but even within our arts and culture industry, which tends to be lower compared to other industries. So we need to invest in local, good quality staff to grow and maintain our current level of programming. In terms of CARFAC fees, as Susan mentioned, this is fees that go directly to local artists, and we are intending to increase these fees over time, putting money back into the pockets of our local talent. Next one. And then the only highlight here in terms of office expenses is we are looking to digitize a lot of our operations to make sure that we are fluent and working cohesively, not just on outdated systems. And the final slide. And then in terms of marketing, we firmly believe even with a small bit of investment this past year, we have seen huge increases in visibility to the gallery. And so working closely with our friends at Barton Creative and others. So we believe firmly that this type of investment should continue in order to raise our profile and the profile of the city of Kawartha Lakes. And the next slide, and I'll pass it back to Susan.
Thanks, Tim. The City of Kawartha Lakes Culture Master Plan statistics show that the Kawartha Lakes culture contributes $42.9 million to Ontario's culture GDP of $26.7 billion. The creative economy is one of the fastest growing segments on a national and provincial level. Culture is not a special interest group, it is a business. The gallery itself has been a case study for how to operate a successful rural art gallery with presentations at Galleries Ontario and Queen's University. As the Government of Canada has cut funding for the cultural sector through Canadian Heritage and the Canada Council for the Arts, the gallery will be attending the Roma Conference in 2025 with the intention of highlighting how the City of Kawartha Lakes municipal support has been integral to sustainable operations for its cultural organizations. We are no longer a small gallery on the second floor of a library. We are a fully functioning not-for-profit public art gallery that is now being recognized by the community and beyond for its invaluable programming and community spirit. You all worked to build that. We are grateful for the operating support we have received from the municipality. We are now in the possession of new developments and opportunities as a result of your earlier investment. If we don't act on the opportunities of a new space, strategic plan work, and staff development now, we will be unable to realize our full potential and community input. Our ask builds on our forward momentum already achieved with regards to staff investment, greater and more refined programming, diverse revenue, and new space opportunities. In short, this investment will enable Kawartha Art Gallery to become a stable, operationally sound contributor to the local economy for the City of Kawartha Lakes' benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for coming. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I just wanted to acknowledge and ask a question. Tim, and thank you, Susan, for your presentation. Excellent, as expected. But Tim is not just anybody. He's one of the finest musicians that ever came out of this area, and also and that I've ever played with, and also in management. So we've crossed paths before, but you have a unique skill set in that you're also one of the finest managers. You helped manage Tafel Music, which is a world-renowned orchestra in Toronto. So our paths have crossed a lot. From your viewpoint, because you and I have had a lot of similar journeys, Banff Centre of the Arts, Toronto scene, I get why you're excited, but from your job description, have you seen seeds like this? Are you seeing this through the eyes of, I saw them start this way, I saw them start this way, I'm telling you this is happening here. That's the feeling I get. We have lots of questions in 2 weeks. It'll be wonderful discussions at this table. I'm not going to add all of those up right now. But for me, for the next 2 weeks, am I right that you're truly seeing some things that you've seen elsewhere become big deals?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. I always need someone else to say nice things about me. I'm not going to do it myself. But in addition to just wanting to contribute back to a community that gave so much to me growing up, when Susan and I crossed paths, I saw something special in the way she does things. Some of the unique, and I don't think that's funny, but uniquely, what a lot of organizations, let's say art galleries, but whatever, don't have in other places of the country is a sense of community and a sense of actually being a part of community as opposed to an elitist organization that can be viewed that way as some arts and culture groups are. And Susan's vision here of actually making inroads and helping out those less fortunate who need it, and art as a catalyzing force for a better life, is what's really important. And that combined with this now, thanks to the initial investment from council, seeing with the people come out of the woodwork without us really trying very hard right now to support, is a level that I don't see too often with other arts organizations. So that's what is keeping me and Susan excited and ready to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the very thorough presentation. And it's incredible to hear the opportunities that have happened as a result of those partnerships with the city. You currently being in a city building has allowed you to get to where you needed to be. And I think what you're coming today to ask is we're ready to make that leap, but we need you to continue to help us so we can continue growing. When we speak to that initial outline of the increase in ask, I'm sure that has a lot with to do with actually repurposing and resetting up and getting your boots to the ground when you do make that move in September. I'm just wondering, is that also including your staff complement upgrade in that money, or is it just some more details if you can, just for like 1 minute, because I know we're on a time frame here.
Okay, it's up to you. Yeah. Yes, it does include the staff upgrade as well. So the investment, and I'll let Susan add anything else she might want to, but in addition to the rent, it's also the staff upgrade. And we crunch the numbers as a not-for-profit. In the end, we have to end up balancing out. And so what we looked at is an increase, as you saw, with staff to be able to pay good quality staff a decent wage. But it's all included in there in addition to our marketing and office expenses. So it does cover everything that we'd need to do in the next 3 years. You probably are looking for a bit more specificity, but it does include it. Yeah. It's not an additional cost on top of that. It's not just for rent.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I got a few questions here. First of all, this is going to be an exciting new location. And the three most important things: location, 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 as they say, but ground floor. I like that. Anyways, my questions are, the contribution that Kawartha Lakes culture makes to Ontario's GDP, and this may be a tough ask, but do you be able to tease out what the art gallery contributes? Do you measure your visitors? And
we were realizing, well, first of all, Councillor Joyce, no, we don't know what portion of that has been generated by the gallery, but I do know in a larger facility with the staff we need, we would be able to increase our contribution with some further investment. But it is a city statistic. That's where it came from the cultural master plan. What was your other point?
I'm just going to...
We were tracking upwards of 4,000 visitors a year, and that has started to increase. Since the pandemic, with reopening fully in 2022, we've seen a significant increase in the amount of people coming through. I think the pandemic is partly responsible for that. And we've been able to initiate groups coming in from other areas wanting to do tours of the gallery.
Just really briefly, we're also tracking, going forward with our strategic plan, is also to keep better track of statistics like that to make sure we're hitting our key performance indicators going forward. So,
Excellent. I was just going to say, if you can track outside visitors, the number that come in, now we have some data to work around, because then we can look at, well, the average spend that an outside visitor makes. Mm-hmm. Now we got a dollar figure of what the return on investment is. Mm-hmm. So that would really help. CARFAC, can you just very briefly describe how that works? I've never heard of it before.
CARFAC is an opportunity for artists to be paid just like a musician would be paid. Canada, when they adopted the CARFAC model, was the first country in the world to adopt the model. What it does with public art galleries, which Kawartha Art Gallery is, when they realize being able to pay CARFAC, it creates a level, it fulfills the level of requirement so that additional provincial and federal funding opportunities become available to us. It is a funding criteria.
Very interesting, thank you. Same thing with the attendance, the return on investment with a fundraising professional. I'm familiar with that, but I think for the benefit of everybody watching and listening, if you don't have that now, bring it in. The return on investment, what, hiring a fundraising professional is going to cost X amount per year, but what's the possibility that they bring in?
There's such a potential in being able to bring annual events into Lindsay that become sustainable, that year after year they're in place. We don't have a couple of years of events and then due to funding challenges, personality challenges, things fall apart. It's about approaching cultural projects not as special interest projects, but as a business. And I think if we go about it and we establish not to do it because we like the arts, but we do it with a bit of a business mindset of how we can best realize the potential, that we start small and just start building, and that till we have something, we have to reassess periodically to refresh. But I think there's so much potential, not just in annual events, but in collaboration. In any events, I'll speak specifically to Lindsay because that's where the gallery is located, but in collaborating with other organizations like the BIA, and the gallery is going to talk with them about how we can potentially partner on an initiative where we're not just working to support one organization, we're collaborating to support many.
Thank you. I have one more question, and that is on the rent in the facility. The numbers surprise me in terms of it's leaping. Is it an initial break at the beginning to help everybody out, and then it will level off? Because I think it starts, I forget the slide now, I think it starts at 42 and then jumps to 50, and then jumps to 6, the rent, yeah. Like, that's a
Yes.
3-year, what's going to happen after 3 years? Is it going to keep jumping on those increases, or is it going to level off? Do you have where's that going?
Well, we would hope that it would level off. The owner of the building, in taking into consideration our funding challenges, adjusted the rent to be lower and to stagger it, so that our intention in going into that space is to be able to build, to grow ourselves to be stronger, to be sustainable. We can't, whether we remain in the library space or we go into the building, we have to become sustainable. That's the reality for us. And we can't look to grow if we don't move out of the room that we're in. We can't meet the demand that is within our city right now.
Okay.
I don't know, Councillor Joyce, where we'll be in 5 years from now, considering how our municipality is growing.
Understood. I would just encourage staff to look at maybe a 10-year lease so we know where things are going. So, not us? No? Okay. Oh, that's right, it's not us.
No,
Yeah.
no, it's not.
Yeah, just take a look at that. Yeah. And I assume Jamie Anderson has his tape measure out, measuring space by now, is that correct? No further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Susan and Tim, thanks for coming today. And I know one of my sons, he done volunteer work for the art gallery, and you know, you and your husband there, and you do great work there. And the move to this location, like I think it's a great location. Formerly was a restaurant and a bus depot, which for many years, but it's actually quite a great building with a lot of room behind it. The square footage, will it certainly give you more room? And the environment, when I mean the physical environment, you have to have an environment that's pretty well next to perfect, like inside, to house these artifacts and the art. How long would it take to get that up to your standard, to get it so you can move into, you're contemplating moving in by the fall, is it?
That's a good question. I'm not sure, because we're not involved in the development. If we're able to realize our funding ask, we will be able to meet with the owner to provide input as to what the space configuration could look like to meet our needs. Even if we were able to move in and there still wasn't all the components in place, I think it would just be a matter of a transition, but a transition period that would do a lot to build excitement, and I think actually attract more visitors to the gallery to see how the development was unfolding. So I don't see anything, even if we had to move in and the walls weren't painted, I don't see anything like that being a negative thing, because we're working towards an end goal of having a really good party.
It stretches our fundraising.
Thanks.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and this is really exciting. Just, I guess, on that question, are you or the landlord overseeing or paying for leasehold improvements? Is that part of the costs going forward?
To my understanding, it'll be the landlord. He's been very accommodating.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to receive the deputation and to forward it to council on the 30th? Councillor Richardson and Deputy Mayor McDonald. All in favor? And that's done. Thank you. Thank you for coming today, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Quickly, of whom? No, yeah, I'm sorry. It's only for council. Next up on the agenda, we have a timed appointment that we're a little bit late for. We have some folks from IE Weldon School with us. We have Aidan Addison and Evelyn Pasco. and they're going to talk about their concerns relating to climate change and an expression of support for the Healthy Environment Plan. Thank you for coming today. And Council, when this presentation is finished, we'll take a short break. So, folks, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
I'm Evelyn Pascoe.
And I'm Aiden Addison.
We are part of the I.E. Weldon Green Advocates team, a group in our school that has a goal of making change in our community and all over the world by raising awareness about environmental and social issues like climate change, water overuse, and environmental degradation.
We'd like to start by thanking the Council for hearing our presentation and for taking action in our community to help our local environment and social well-being of our citizens. We have seen the City of Kawartha Lakes support the Healthy Environment Plan by hiring an environment policy planning organizer. This council has had trees replanted in parks and throughout the city, and the City of Kawartha Lakes is a bee-friendly city and has recently become a bird-friendly city.
A huge congratulations to all of you that supported those initiatives. Although these are important steps in the right direction, all levels of government need to take action on environmental issues. Governments having short-term positions can often cause them to see things through a short-term lens, but these solutions need to be long-term.
Together, we are inheriting a planet where wildfires, floods, hurricanes, droughts, and heat waves are more common and expected than ever before. A planet where the climate affects the threatening of our planet's biodiversity and our lives every day. Our abilities to thrive, grow, and survive are being severely compromised.
We as youth of this community are supposed to have hopes and dreams for the future. Instead, we worry. Beyond worry, we have anger, frustration, sadness, grief, and anxiety. Children and young adults worldwide are losing their rights as youth. Clean air, clean food, and safe water are no longer a guarantee to some. Violent acts of nature are taking away our safe homes and compromising our education. Even our right to survive is no longer guaranteed. Over half of the world's children are classified as extremely at risk from the impacts of climate change. Those words should shock and worry everyone, including those in charge, including our municipal leaders.
We only need to look at our local climate change right here in Lindsay over this past year. Smoke filling the air in the summer, air quality that kept us indoors, hail that created damage right across the town, windstorms that crippled infrastructure, and heat that was unbearable.
We speak of Lindsay, but we are the privileged. We still survive. We still go about our day, for the most part, not thinking about climate change. But we need to open our eyes to those on the other side of the world, too. The children dying from inequalities is exacerbated by the changing climate, entire livelihoods being impacted or destroyed. This reality seems far away from the Kawartha Lakes, but as the impacts of climate change affect the areas which are more vulnerable, we have to remember that it is only a matter of time before it is our turn.
In Ontario, food and organic waste accounts for 6% of the province's carbon emissions each year and make up 31% of all residential waste sent to landfills. Surrounding areas have begun to take action and decrease food waste in their communities. One nearby community, which are subsidizing food cyclers to households, is a great example. This community did this, and they have stopped 11,170 tons of CO2 from entering their landfills. If the City of Kawartha Lakes were to do something like this, we could subvert a large amount of CO2 from going into our landfills and also support our residents.
By acting locally, we can make impacts globally, supporting another natural gas pipeline development that will last over 40 years. When we know that there are other alternatives, makes little to no sense to this generation who wants to safely live here on this planet. Filling wetlands to allow for expansive, non-affordable housing developments means loss of biodiversity and carbon sinks. We are prioritizing the financial well-being of developers over our environmental integrity.
These dangers affect the younger generation even more than they affect everybody else. Our lives are directly connected to the climate and the environment, and what happens to our planet will affect us dramatically in the decades to come. Scientists have been trying to warn us of the disastrous and potentially irreversible effects of climate change. We need the system to change, and we need individual change. Our generation is essential to changing the climate of climate change. We're the least responsible for what is happening, and yet we will be the most affected. We are the future. We should be here for decades, living our lives to the fullest.
The City of Kawartha Lakes now requires that all street lighting systems for new developments in the City of Kawartha Lakes shall be 120 volt with LED luminaires. We acknowledge that LED lights, while being ecologically friendly, are more expensive than their alternative. We really appreciate your investment into our futures and hope to see your support for initiatives like this in the following years.
That is all, thank you.
Thank you. There may be some questions. Very well done. You know, sometimes when I despair about our youth, and then I go to things like the Legion speaking contest, where there were a number of young folks who just blew me away with what they did. And again, today, you come here and you speak the way you do, and you're obviously passionate and engaged in what you do. It gives me great hope for the future. Thank you for doing it. Now, I see Councillor Warren, you have a question?
Kind of a question and a comment, too. The food cycler is interesting. We decided as a municipality to go with source-separated organics and to pick it up. So we're hoping that will actually be even better than the food cycler. But I was just wondering if you had any other initiatives that you would like us to take forward for you and to help.
Press the button if you're...
I know in some of the facilities we have here in the City of Kawartha Lakes, there are like some single-use plastics that if we could try and phase those out and have more reusable produce in the facilities, we would much appreciate that. I know some of our activity facilities like the rec center and the Bob Cajun pool have water refilling stations for your water bottles and other things like that, which I think are perfect and great for the community.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I get a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor Warren, Councillor Smeaton. All in favor? And that's passed. Once again, thank you very much for coming today. We appreciate it. And keep up the good work and good luck in your studies. Thank you. And to your teacher, thank you very much for reaching out, and we're very happy you did so and that they did a great job. Okay, let's take a break till 3:25? Okay, 3:25. Folks, I'll call the meeting back to order. You want to do it from there, or you want to go up there? Okay. Up to item 8.3, which is short-term rental update by Manager Aaron Sloan. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Sloan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. So I want to take an opportunity to provide you guys with a quick little, I hope quick little update just in regards to the short-term rental program. Go to the next slide there. So as you all will know, we had a phased-in approach over 2023, and now we are in the full program situation. So that includes license application processing. We've created a very large database of all the locations that we know about. We're doing approvals, denials. We have a complaint intake system, response to those complaints, and violations. We're starting to look at the application of the demerit points and fees for service invoicing. And yeah, so we're building it the data file around the entire program. Next slide, please. So within our program, we have a vendor called Host Compliance through Granicus. The vendor is an integral part of the program. Certainly has been an asset leading up to where we are now. We've been working with them since 2020, so it's a long-standing relationship now. They provide analysis of the short-term rental activity, the listing activity. They provide mapping. They provide location pictures. They consult with staff. They've provided staff training. Also, they have the 24/7 complaint hotline, which I know was an important piece of this on the build-up. And we have an online tips webpage as well to help with that. So just a bit on the compliance monitoring. They canvass over 60+ rental websites, and they populate the data in the background for us. And we're able to do multi-level research on different types of activity and cross-reference that with the reporting and the database. So we'll just jump to the next slide. So this is kind of just a quick little snapshot of some of the detail that we receive. So we see the actual listing. So in that slide there, I know it's small, but there's two little tabs there. One says VRBO and one says Airbnb. So they're providing us with that detail right off the bat of where we need to go and find the information to support the activity, the license, or any complaints that we might have. They give every address a unique identification. Up in the right-hand corner of that picture, there's two green marks there and a red mark, and they basically say they've been identified, they're active, and they're compliant. So they also provide us with web addresses, property types, different screenshots, GPS data. So we're able to globally locate that property on a map. Price per night, different breakdowns, owner names, capacity ratings, and documented stays. This is a snapshot back in time. Next slide. So STR complaints and licensing. So part of our initial creation of the system was to just create a very simple tracking question. So is it a short-term rental or is it a long-term rental? You're not sure. So that's the bottom graphic there in that. So we started that in 2018. We still use that. It provides us some great long-term data and helps us apply some of the enforcement to those long-term problem locations. Up in the top part of that slide, the program that we use for all that is called CityWorks, and we use that for both the licensing function and the complaint function and the demerit point system and some other reporting. So from the aspect of enforcement as well, when we're responding to complaints, we're also hoping this year we're going to target some of the long weekends and have some additional staff on for some of those problem issues that we're seeing now. Go to the next slide. So complaints and licensing again, just on the enforcement. So these are the issues that we're looking at. Unlicensed site visits, tracking rentals, issuing letters. Some of the site visits are for other bylaw issues. And as I've said, we're looking at some of these seasonal blitzes, so some of the long weekends, some of the problem locations. And we're starting the application of the demerit points and fees. So within our system, we have the letters there probably won't mean much to you guys, but we've created occurrence types and subtypes. So they're based on, the L ones are based on licensing, and the M ones are based on the other nuisance type complaints. Next slide. So every application that we receive, we circulate that out to a number of groups. So currently we have approximately 300 applications in process. So when we circulate them out, they go out to development services, planning, building, septic are looked at. We circulate to public works, the fire and police services, and so the OPP KLPS is just kind of location dependent. And the license, once we license them, then we share the information about the licensed locations. And the plan going forward is to increase that sharing. So Kawartha Lakes Paramedic Service will be part of that, fire services, police services, the health unit, and the economic development team, so for that tourism piece. One of the things, just want to touch on tourism for just 2 seconds. There's some great opportunities for us to support tourism within the information that we're gathering now. And I'm hoping that at some point we'll have, similar to the graphic there, a mapping component that you'll just be able to click on it and it'll take you right to that rental in that location. So that'll guide potential renters. I know that this year we have the International Plowing Match, so I've met with ECDEV as part of that, and there is a big drive to promote our licensed short-term rentals within that. So next slide, please. So stats, we have lots of them. So stats are generated in part by host compliance and also in part by our internal program, CityWorks. So from host compliance, we have approximately 1,200 short-term rental locations identified. That's unfiltered, so that's a big number. When we filter it down, taking out the repeat ones in the multiple advertising platforms, a couple of hotels that seem to be identified, we get down to around 800. So it's about, and then within that 800, there's fluctuations. So what happens is people come onto the market today, they might be in for a week, and then they pull their ad off, and they'll go for 2 or 3 weeks because the family's using the cottage, then they'll put their ad back up. So there's always a percentage that's around 87 to 90% that's identified by the vendor, and then they come out. So 14 new units are added in the last 7 days. If I pulled the stat right now, it would be a different number there. So it's always changing. We have approximately 100 fully approved locations at this point, and we're approving them as fast as we can. So, and I'll talk about that a little bit in a second. We have about 176 short-term rental related, directly related complaints, and 82 of those have come through the vendor services, either through the webpage or through the 24/7 phone monitoring line. Next slide, please. So just to give you guys a little bit more of a visual on what I've talked about previously. There's 811 are the total short-term rental units, and 14 are the new ones within the last 30 days. 1,227 is the overall listings. 86% is what's been identified with a street address. And the listings over time, you can see how that fluctuates, but there's about 807 identified, kind of where that little green circle is there at the end. And I break down the 82 internal complaints, just basically what they're related to in that pie chart. Go to the next slide. So what have we learned? Well, we've learned a great deal. So we've learned the locations. We've learned how to access the advertising data. We've learned how to use the data from the vendor very effectively. And vendor support is essential in that way. We've learned to better process and review the applications. We realize that that process is a pinch point. Intentionally, it is a pinch point. The bylaw is intentionally focused, but through our processes, we've focused on that to speed it up. Building permits and septic systems. So there's new data being collected about the locations that we identify or in people that apply, and it's actually a bit of a good news story because we're uncovering building permits or lack thereof. We're uncovering septic systems that need upgrading, water systems that may not be the greatest or compliant with regulations. So, like I said, applications were initially delayed or being denied for minor issues or withdrawn by the applicant due to other complex issues. We've been able to kind of speed up that process. So what's changed is our level of communications. Just to give you guys an example, the health unit initially came on board and said, well, all these short-term rentals are small water drinking systems, and so we're going to have to inspect every one of them. And we said, okay, fine. And we thought about it and we said, well, their application hasn't fully been approved yet. So rather than you guys rush out and inspect every single solitary one and having their application withdrawn or denied for another reason, let's circulate it at the tail end when we approve it, and you guys can apply your regulation to that. So that was a great conversation with the health unit, and it actually resulted in some efficiencies across that application review process. So just internally, where we have the application intake, we have one point of contact now. It's now supported by an AA, which also helps push that stuff forward. The application review and circulation process is improved. We have weekly divisional meetings and monthly circulation group meetings. So now we're also issuing licenses with conditions. So if it's a very minor issue, then we can engage with building and septic or fire prevention or another resource, and we can work with the building owner, the short-term rental owner, to flush that information out and get them into another process. But we will review the license, we'll issue the license with the conditions that they come into compliance within a time period. So media and other inquiries, just wanted to let council know that There's opportunities that are being extended to municipal law enforcement to discuss the short-term rental program. So generally, we've been all over social media platforms, local community groups, some TV contacts, print news, other municipalities. I think we're up into a couple dozen municipalities now that have consulted with us about our bylaw and how we rolled out the program. The staff support through Granicus, again, that platform, we've consulted with other municipalities in regards to that. We presented to the AMCTO a couple times at Durham College, and we're meeting later this month with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, sorry. So I think this is good news. I think we're doing well in that respect. Next steps. Next slide, please. So we just like to get through a full season, basically, and we'll have some great data from that. We're encouraging more short-term rental owners to register and license their establishments. We're monitoring and actively enforcing compliance. We're doing site visits, and we're cognizant that we're heading into the active season. We're continuing to refine our processes, and we're continuing to consult with our partners, both internally and externally. And we plan to do another report just to kind of at the end of the busy season back to council so that you guys have a chance to also see how we made out during the summer. Next slide. So that's my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through you. Thank you, Mr. Sloan, for your presentation. We've had a few conversations about this, but I have a few questions, actually. Going through, like last time we met, there was 50 people that's registered, but you got 100 now, and you got 300 in process. My first question is, if it's in process, are they still capable of renting their spot?
That's a great question. So the messaging that we put out to the people that are applying or in process is that technically they're in violation of the bylaw, and we're kind of flexible, and I say this very loosely. We suggest to them that they don't operate during the application review process. We know what's happening, and more importantly to us right now is to get them through the process and get them registered.
I'd have to agree with you. If somebody is actually in the process, at least they're going to follow the rules and so on. What I'm worried about is that we have 800 known STRs, and we only had 100 registered, 300 in process. That leaves 400 that aren't even interested in joining this program. That's what I'm worried about. So those are the things that we need to look at. But the ones in process, obviously, they're going to try to follow the rules and sign up. It would be nice in the future too. So like, and I'm not sure if we'll wait for the season to be over or not, but inspections, charges, demerit points, tickets would be really nice to be able to get a handle on that, because this is all funded through the STR for the people you hired. So it'd be nice to know who's paying for this, and I'm sure that the public would like to know that also. A couple other ones is that you said enforcement and so on. I think you kind of read it wrong a little bit. You said some long weekends. I think you meant to say every long weekend. I think that's what you meant to say. I'm not sure, but you said some long weekends, but I think you meant every long weekend, because we don't want to go through another summer with long weekends and having the complaints. We have the staff. We've hired the staff. It's being paid by STR money. Let's make sure that all that staff is used on those type of enforcements and so on. So hopefully this weekend, a long weekend in May coming up, hopefully there's a plan for that. The other question I had is that the red flags, we have a red flag thing in our procedure, is that when you're renting for like 16 people, so on, anything over 8, I think, was going to be a red flag, and that was going to tell us that we need to look at that to get away from the 16 people in a place. Have we raised any flags yet for the 300 in process, or even the 100 that is registered yet?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So that's a great question. So yes, in some of the conditional approvals, we've reduced the applicant's request for capacity ratings, and so we've brought them down to a level that's consistent with what their septic system can support, or with what the bedrooms are within that structure.
Okay, thank you. And then for anybody that wants to know if the person living beside them is registered or is it an STRs, can you phone the 705-990, and would they be able to tell the person saying, hey, is this address here a short-term rental? And would they be able to tell them at that time, or how would they find out?
That's another good question. So through the mayor to the councillor, the 24/7 reporting line wouldn't provide that information, but we can certainly intake the concern that they're bringing forward, and then we can meet with that resident and have that discussion.
So if somebody phones me and say, Councilor McDonald, I got a short-term rental beside me, could you please tell me if they've registered, and if they haven't, what are you doing about it, type of thing? And that's the calls I'm getting right now. So what would you give the direction to everybody sitting around this table to say, if we get that phone call, what would we do?
I would direct them to either the online complaint resource, the phone-in resource, or to contact us directly, either through email or calling into the office directly, and then we'll have the conversation with them regarding what the issue is, and roll that property or that location into an investigative file.
Okay, but they still won't be told whether it's an STR, correct?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So the complainant would eventually find out, and the plan is at some point we will probably be publishing a list or a mapping system of registered locations. That doesn't help the unknown location, but it'll certainly guide others.
And my last one is there's still communication between both police services with the OPP and Lindsay to support this and help out whenever we can. That conversation is still going on, I take it?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And I know that we've talked about this, just so everybody else knows, is that the process got a little more complicated, I think, when we started getting into it. When you start, you have to have all these inspections before and so on. So, and then they wanted to pay money to each, septic wanted to get money, and these people everybody wanted to get paid, type of thing. So I know that slowed the process. So that's just an information for people around the thing. But so far, I think it's doing. You collect a lot of data, and it's coming, and we just need some really good enforcement this and every long weekend coming up. All right, thanks. Don't know if I said that. Did I say that once before? But anyway, every long weekend. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the report, Aaron. For the people who run a good rental, I just got a little bit of feedback, and it took them forever to get the approval, and it's really hard for them to book, because they usually book quite a time before. So I'm hoping once we get all the bugs out, that next year it'll go a lot faster, because they were going, oh my goodness, I'm getting people who want to rent, but I can't because I haven't got my license yet. So I'm hoping that'll be changed for next year. That's my first question.
Sure, through the mayor.
Well, yeah.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So yeah, so I'll separate my answer into two parts. So the current application process is a bit of a pinch point, and we've been able to recognize efficiencies within that. So we went from initially about 8 weeks on a review, and we're down to about 4, but we have reviewed as quickly as 7 days. So as long as everything's there and it's complete and it meets all the check boxes, it goes pretty quickly. But we're building the database. So next year, some pieces of that will be more efficient. Again, even on top of that, if they've already registered one time with us.
And also, so for the bad actors, which you probably have your list from years past. So, and they haven't registered, let's say. So what are we going to do about that?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So another great question. So we're already doing it. We're applying demerit points. We have the list of some of those bad actors, and we're moving them through the enforcement process. If they meet the demerit thresholds, their license will be suspended or revoked. They'll end up in court through legal channels, and future applications may simply be denied. If they continue to operate, we'll just continue to escalate the legal process.
For that. And just finally, when you were talking about the health unit, every short-term rental will have to have the health unit come in and look at their water system, every one of them? That's going to be quite the task.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So yes, there are some, and I'll speak generally first, some of the circulation group that have concern about the application and the locations. They have their own business processes that they're going to apply to it, and we've definitely increased their workload. The health unit, through the Ontario Clean Water Drinking Act, I think is the act that it falls under. They have their own processes as well, and they've made a decision in regards to their regulation about short-term rentals. So I can't speak for them whether they inspect every one of them or not, but they certainly value that information, and we've worked with them to communicate that out. So if you were to go on our short-term rental website right now, I think the third paragraph speaks specifically about that. So we want it right up in front. Even before you click the application download, it's there. So it's an important piece.
Just wondering, like, not every cottage or whatever would have potable water. That's the thing. A lot of them wouldn't have potable water, and they would bring their own water, but like stuff, water coming out of the lake, that sort of thing. So that's quite the, it'll be interesting to hear how that all plays out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, and thank you, Manager Sloan. And I've been to a demonstration there with the Graniscus vendor. It's phenomenal. But moving on Councillor Warren's comment there about the potable water, I just missed that. Is the inspection by the health unit required to get their license, or they get their license and it's up to the health unit to follow up later?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So yes, so once we issue, we circulate that to them, the location. So they get their license first, and then they can work with the health unit to upgrade their system or have their system inspected or whatever the case may be. The health unit applies their own application, their own regulation separately.
Thank you. Building on another question, we know anywhere from 5 to 10% will just absolutely refuse to get a license. So you can't give demerit points to somebody who doesn't have a license to begin with. So I just want to hear it again, that those that just, despite all efforts, there's no license. We know that's going to happen. They're going to end up in court through your enforcement procedures. Can you just say that one more time, how that's going to work and your timing behind that?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So it's happening right now. We're already visiting locations that have outright refused to apply. We've had conversations with them. Then we have the extended list of 500 or so on locations that are kind of sitting there in limbo right now. I think they're, can't speak for people, but maybe they're just waiting to see how things play out with somebody down the road or so yes, we're quite prepared to draw them into the demerit point process and the legal process.
Thank you. I got one more question, and that is inspections. It threw me off there. I've been telling people that as long as they check all the boxes and the application, you know, their capacity meets their bedroom and the septic tanks, they're not going to be inspected. And you said earlier, everybody's getting inspected. That threw me off because I didn't see that coming. We don't have to inspect, it's the red flags we only inspect, correct?
Through the mayor to the councillor, so yes, not everybody receives an inspection. However, I don't also speak for septic as an example. So when the application comes in, there may be some flags that draw them. So then there would be an inspection by that resource. And fire prevention is exactly the same way as well. If, you know, there's a bedroom that has no windows, flags get put up.
Absolutely. No, I agree with that. No, I'm just saying that as long as the bedrooms have windows and they have the fire extinguisher and it's all compliant, they're not going to be inspected.
Through the mayor to the councillor, yeah, that's the purpose of the self-declaration.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. I think all the questions have been answered, so thank you very much. And just maybe one comment regarding the health unit. Like you said, it comes at the end of the process, and it's their own process. And the owner should follow that process because it reduces the risk, right, when it comes to a liability as well. Because even when you're, you know, working a farm operation, you have to go through that process, and it's a good process because it does reduce your risk at the end when you're paying your insurance and whatnot, right? It's one of those ticks in the box that you need to get. Also, you know, the questions have been answered. We've come a long way in a very short time. We have more to go, but also want to recognize that you have other municipalities reaching out to you. I've heard from other municipalities and mayors looking at our program and saying, you know, you guys have come out with a very tough program. You're putting all the right things in the right spot, you know, with the vendor and whatnot. So I feel very encouraged going into this next season. Of course, we know we have things that we need to keep an eye on, and you know, these heavy weekends need to be addressed as well when it comes to long weekends and whatnot. But I'm encouraged to see what you're showing us today, and you know, where we've come in such a short time. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Manager Sloan, my question is about enforcement. I'd like to pick up on what Deputy Mayor McDonald had talked about. With the new hotline number, which is excellent, the one call, I'm sure that's appreciated by local residents. What's the enforcement now when they use that number? What happens?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So basically, the enforcement follows sort of the same processes. People can call in, the information's received, and we create the occurrence. The officer examines the information, follows up with the complainant, and we provide some sort of response. The difference with the call service is if it's a registered owner, if we have information, they will call that owner right away and say there's a problem on your property. Fix it. Then they will call the complainant back within 30 minutes and they'll say, is this problem better? And if the answer is no, it all goes down that chain and we can escalate enforcement from there.
And what would that enforcement look like? And what's the timeline for that enforcement?
Well, the enforcement, through the mayor to the councillor, the enforcement can be as simple as a warning, but we can escalate it right up to tickets and fines and fees and
Thank you. I'm aware of the structure of enforcement. Yeah. My question is more around active enforcement and timelines at the time of the complaint.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I'm not 100% sure what you're asking.
Sure.
The enforcement, the officers get assigned work and they go out and they work schedule the work within their other work that they're doing. Right. So that's on the bylaw side of it, but the short-term rental officers, they will respond as a priority to whatever complaints are coming in during their shift. So we have them working 7 days a week, basically. But their shifts don't work overnight, and I think the connection that I'm assuming you're trying to make here is over the long weekends. So we are working on having officers available to monitor some of the problem locations that we know of over the weekends. But if it's an evening call, depending on the type of call, it'll get triaged to us. The vendor follows up, the vendor gathers all the information, and then we can respond the next day, or depending on the issue, the issue may also get forwarded to the local police service.
Thank you, and it's great to hear about the 7-day enforcement. What time of night does that enforcement end on weekends?
It ends typically at 6:30 p.m.
And what are the plans for this coming long weekend for the hours of enforcement?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So we're kind of playing a little bit with the end time, so we're still discussing it right now, but I'm planning to have staff out there at least until 1 a.m. and we'll see what complaints we get in that time period.
Just two more follow-up questions, if I could, Mayor. During last summer, after the task force met, how many after 6:30 p.m. shifts were worked on overtime by staff and/or off-duty police?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I don't really have stats on that off the top of my mind. The police would typically, when you say after hours, I'm not sure how to answer that. So
sure, I'm talking about after 6 or 6:30 on weekends that the task force and council had talked about last spring, or when we were looking at this, and there was a commitment in place of having either extra hours for bylaw staff who would sign up to work overtime, or looking at off-duty police officers to fill those weekend slots from after 6 p.m. or 6:30 p.m. And I'd like to know if that was done or not.
we didn't move forward with that.
And why not?
Because at the time, it became more of a we get into some contract issues and staffing commitments. So we didn't go down that road. We increased our communications with the police services, and they basically said to those nuisance complaints, they have manpower already in place and that they could respond. So.
Right, which is disappointing to hear, because from my perspective, that was a very clear mandate this past summer from both the task force and the report to council. Are you planning to put that in? You said you were planning for after hours coverage coming up this long weekend and weekends this summer. Can you please be specific to council about what you have planned?
Through to the mayor to the councillor. So yes, I will be putting out an overtime shift and asking staff to work that shift.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, similar to Councillor Richardson, I have a lot of questions that were in a way answered, some aren't. Just following up with that whole, a bylaw is defined by, just following with Councillor Perry, a bylaw being defined as strong or not by its ability to be enforced. I mean, that's really the definition of whether a bylaw is working or not. Is it enforceable? And on that note, I'm wondering, you mentioned some of these things have been licensing with conditions. Okay, so for the septic, for example, maybe it's at the tail end now, the health unit piece, maybe at the tail end, give them the thing. And to Deputy Mayor McDonald's point, that's probably a good thing, right? These people are, but I have a question, it might even be for a clerk. Should that not be part then of a revised bylaw? Like I'm hearing a lot of, we didn't do that, we chose not to do that to Councillor Perry's, and a few little things where we opted not to, we tried this, there were inefficiencies, we recognize that. Is there a risk of this? The calls I get, like a lot of the people, I said to Deputy Mayor McDonald, I don't have any calls at all about bylaw conflict. I have calls about ideology of the bylaw. I get those calls, people saying, this is right, this is wrong. And so many of these would be quelled by the answers I heard today, that in fact, a lot of their concerns are in fact being handled on a case-by-case basis by you. So a septic situation that may be unfair, I just found out from you, well, we consider that when the application comes in. Should that not be in the writing of the specific bylaw itself that we're making these accommodations? Because I have public who are reading it verbatim and think this, this, and this until I get my license. And so as a result, some of those people aren't getting their license out of refusal ideologically, whereas they might be far more interested in signing up, if you will, if they knew, well, actually the way it works is you sign up, you're going to be okay, as long as, like I'm hearing a few more. Does that not need to be some form of a revision, or no? We can just make accommodations to staff on the fly?
I think, you know, we have a new process that we're trying to work in. People, if I'm running a business and I hear about it, I'm going to call in and say, hey, what do I got to do? And I think that's where it is. Trying to put everything in writing is then what are we going to do? Repeal it once everybody? I just think it's too cumbersome to do. I think the way we're going now and trying to work it in slowly and accommodating people as we can is about the best we can hope for, because I don't see us being all things to all people.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I have just two quick follow-ups then. One, recognized inefficiencies that you've referred to, will those be part of the post-Thanksgiving update, or could they be? You know, what those were, just so we have a list of what those inefficiencies were to consider as moving forward? Will they be in the update?
So through the mayor to the councillor, so yes, I will. I do plan on touching on that. I've already touched on some of that stuff. So, you know, I don't know how much information you guys will want to receive other than stats and good news stories, but the efficiencies are part of that. So I will expand on that for sure.
Okay, and the only other follow-up was to Councillor Perry, and I just was curious myself, is there a way for us to see the result of a complaint? So for example, bylaw went at 9:30, 3 demerit points were issued. Like in a roundabout way, what you were asking, I'm asking in a different way, so that we know exactly, so the call was made, what action did in fact take place? A bylaw officer went out on a Saturday night at 7. So we know that, so we can tell the public, no, I have it right here in front of me, Mrs. Jones. The bylaw is actively participating in, this is what will happen. You know, so that we have a list of how many demerit points have been issued and so on. Because I'm just curious myself how we know.
So through the mayor to the councillor. So I knew demerit points would be part of this conversation. So my plan going forward is to provide a tally of demerit points issued when I report next to council. As far as following a complaint from start to finish, I'm happy to provide some examples. Of course, with no address, no private information, no association to any location. It'll just be, this is what happened. Here's how we responded. This is the process that was followed. Demerit point applied, ended up in court, conviction rendered, something like that. You know, just as kind of an example so that you can understand the process a little bit further.
Councillor Yule.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I've had a number of complaints about short-term rentals in the past. It's no secret. So I hope this is going to work. And I'm kind of telling people now that it's, they're complaining about how onerous it is in some cases. And it's either this or it's an outright ban, is kind of both sides of the issue, in my mind. That's my opinion. So I think the good ones will follow it, and the ones who don't want it will either try and go around it or not do it at all, which won't break my heart. But has this bylaw been challenged yet legally?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So our version of the bylaw has not been challenged, simply because we haven't had a court process around it yet. I say our version because the template that we use here has been adopted by a number of other municipalities. So there has been court challenges through them. There was a citizens group that also went at their version of the bylaw civilly, and it survived all of that. So the legal analysis is supportive.
Okay, because it is, and it is very onerous, especially when you start calling it individual water systems and stuff. It kind of boggles my mind a bit. It's a well, and you treat your well and you carry on. But that's why I was wondering about the legality of it all. So, no, that's fine. Any legalities that do spring up, I hope you'll bring to council, because it's very interesting how this is going to play out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald, Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Thank you, through you. Yeah, just to follow up again with Council Perry there, it's very important. I think we were quite clear last year that we wanted support on the long weekends, and we didn't get it. So we're saying it again today, that we have the staff, they're all trained. You're going to post for an overtime shift. My concern is, what happens if do you have a plan if nobody signs up for an overtime shift? Because we also said that we would hire police, or we would do whatever, off duty, whatever, to make sure that we have some kind of control on long weekends. So I understand that you're gonna put something up there and let people volunteer. I don't know what the contract is, got nothing to do with me or whatever, but if you don't get anybody, then we're right back to the same way we were last year at this time, so.
So through the mayor to the councillor, so the great news is we already have a couple volunteers. So as far as the other comments, I don't really plan on circumventing the contract, and we continue to work very closely with the police services.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Just one more thing. I think this is just too important to wait to an update report in Thanksgiving. I'd like to request an interim report in July, 3 months from now, and then another one in Thanksgiving, 3 months.
Manager?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So I can.
We can, at council, you can make that motion, and council can endorse it or not, at council. So we're going to receive this, and it will go to council on the 30th, and you can extract it then. Okay?
So I will just add to that, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Maybe if there are certain stats that you want to see, maybe you could put that in there, and then I can kind of scope down the type of report that I'm bringing forward.
Yeah, okay, well, basically it would be, how many licenses are we at now, and some problems you're encountering, some other pinch points you may have encountered between now and then, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor, for a second time. I'm just a bit frustrated. I feel like we're back at this conversation yet again in terms of enforcement after hours and on weekends. You talked about having a relationship with the police force. That wasn't what was talked about. It was whether or not we would engage off-duty officers in terms of extra human resources on weekends. Have those discussions take place, and are they planned?
Through the mayor to the councillor, so if I recollect correctly, we did have those discussions, and the decision at the time was that we were not hiring off-duty pay duty officers, that we would work with them, and that the officers are already being paid to work on the road. They're already out there available as a resource.
I guess we'll have to go back and look at the minutes then, because that's not my recollection. And also in terms of the contract and the collective agreement, were discussions entered into to perhaps embellish the hours or change the hours?
Point of order. That's not for open.
Yep.
What?
That's not for open. Start talking about collective bargaining.
We talked about, no, we talked about it at the task force though. Mayor?
I think the manager has already told you he has volunteers for the next long weekend, and obviously if he has volunteers, they've had a discussion about working long weekends. I would say that it's a moot point.
Respectfully, I'd have to disagree, Mayor. There are very different ways forward on this, and I'm just curious to know if the hours if that was looked at, because that also came up at the task force.
So let's, between now and council meeting, look at what was said through the minutes, and when Councillor Joyce extracts it, we'll see where we are.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. Anything else? I get a motion to receive. Deputy Mayor McDonald, Councillor Yeo, all in favor? And that's passed. Thank you, Aaron. Our next presentation, Mr. Farquhar, and we're going to talk about the life cycle program. Before we get into the life cycle program, just so in case people have a lot of questions, there are some roads that didn't make it into the life cycle program. Those roads are going to be addressed in May when we're doing a capital close, and a lot of those capital close are going back into the reserve, and we'll be able to use those funds for the roads that are shown at the back of the report that are still outstanding. So just so you know that. Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for having me today. We're here to talk about the 2024 Life Cycle Program. So the 2024 Life Cycle Program, or the Life Cycle Program overall, is one we've had around for quite a few years. So the intent of the Life Cycle Program, as outlined in the 2024 capital budget, is to maintain and preserve existing road sections. So the following chart kind of outlines the projects that we do within the program. So we have the local asphalt paving, so those are overlaying small sections of road, local surface treatment, which we're not doing anything this year in that project, microsurfacing, roads to be pulverized due to high maintenance demand, slurry sealing and crack sealing. So the program utilizes these methods in order to sustain road segments at a reasonable state at such time as there's a future capital project, or to help extend the life of a good or moderate road surface, which allows us to save any future capital costs. So this figure shown in this slide underlies the principle to support preservation management approach to pavement. The principle as applied in the different classes of road segments or surface types that we have helps cost savings as a result through preventive maintenance. So let's try to get the laser pointer to work here. So at this point here, so a standard PCI, or your pavement condition index rating scale, is generally shown from 0 to 100. So within the roads needs study, from the last presentation that I had done to council, that is on the website, that report outlines the overall PCI rating for the city. So what this figure does, it looks at this state here is, so when you have a brand new road at 100, so then it charts its life as it starts to age. It shows over time, PCI rating over time, as that road starts to age and degrade. If we end up spending $1 at this point, it saves us $4 to $5 approximately. This is a general chart that can be applied over almost any asset that the city has. But the idea is spending money at a point between a satisfactory to fair PCI rating between 55 to 85, and then that will extend that life out. So we're not spending additional $4 to $5 generally in this point. So the program, like I said, it's been around for many years. However, the reporting back to council on a yearly basis stems from the round table that the mayor and council held on roads. So at the link here can show you the Roads 101 presentations that were done and that are on the website that explains how the city maintains the roads, as well as how the city plans and forecasts for construction and resurfacing. So this resolution requires staff to report back on a yearly basis on the projects that we're going to be implementing through this program. So the main works as described in the following report outlines the projects we're going to be doing this year. So mainly focuses on localized resurfacing. So the scope of localized resurfacing is the padding and overlaying of small sections or spot repair in small sections of road. But it's not limited to, it can include pulverizing, adding gravel, and paving that small section. So in the chart here on this slide, as well as in the report, outlines the projects that we're going to be doing through the localized resurfacing. So this list is compiled with Public Works. So it is a running list that we update yearly. Last year, I didn't have the balance of the running list. That was something that came, a suggestion through council to bring forward then the balance of the running list. You'll see that in the final slide. But this list here is with approximately 6.4 kilometers worth of road that we're going to be looking at doing the localized resurfacing on through that program. As well as we look at pulverizing small sections of road that have failed or has become a high maintenance demand, leading up to being in a future forecasted capital program. So with this segment, it is in our 5-year, however, it has become a high maintenance demand. So we're looking at pulverizing the segment, maintaining this gravel road segment until we resurface it in the future capital year. Oops. So the other program we have is slurry sealing within the life cycle. So slurry sealing is a mixture of well-graded fine aggregate that gets mixed with mineral filler, asphalt emulsion, water, and applied as almost like a surface treatment. What I like to say, it's generally describing it, it looks like an asphalt sealer on steroids. So it does really well in relation to the previous figure I'd shown with the preservation and life cycle. By applying $1 within that dollar figure within a short-term period of 1 to 5 years, we can then extend the life of those hard top roads beyond what it would normally been if we hadn't intervened. So this is generally a common method we would do. So when you look at this chart of roads, they're all within 1 to 5 years of last being resurfaced, but we come in and then we resurface with a slurry seal, and then it helps extend that life. So the picture you see is a segment of St. Mary's Road we did last year, and it's just kind of a half shot of what it looks like after, and then they're coming back, making the final pass on the other lane. So another program we have is crack sealing. So crack sealing is the process of placing an adhesive sealant within the cracks. It prevents moisture getting into the road base as well as material. So we're continuing on Road 6 where we left off last year. We're working our way north to 45, and eventually then we'll move down 45. So we're kind of trailing Public Works' program for reshouldering of roads, which is kind of a good process. So we let Public Works go ahead. They reshoulder with gravel on those roads, and then we come behind with crack sealing. So this is just a map. Sarah, if you want to just click on the link. So with the presentation, anyone can click on the link, and it opens up a Google map, or a Google Earth map that kind of shows all the areas that we're looking at doing the works based on those projects, whether it's slurry sealing, crack sealing, localized asphalt overlays, pulverizing, or as well as it also shows the areas where of unfunded work, so that the balance of the roads, that kind of a running list that we have. You can just do a little zoom in. Yeah, so once again, it just kind of shows those areas. So if you're interested, it's one thing looking on a chart with the roads, but another showing them on a map. So it makes it just easier to perspective to see where those works are. So going forward, like I said, this is the balance of works that we have from the running list that we coordinate with Public Works. And it's approximately, I believe, almost 9 kilometers worth of works that we've identified that are a higher maintenance demand for public works, however, not in the current 5-year plan. And it's approximately 1.26 million worth of works. So what we do every year, we revisit this chart, the remaining balance of work, we update it, and then we move to the next prioritized locations. And any questions?
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Mike. Thanks for the presentation. Just a couple of questions. When you just at the last there mentioned that some of these roads that don't fit into these programs, they fall into public works, for example, patch smears, which is a good program. But how do we know and how do we communicate with public works to get a handle on which roads are going to be candidates for patch smears? Because there's a couple here that did miss the list, and not just my ward, but other wards too. How do we know that those particular roads are going to be either candidates for patch smears, which they do work and they do give, they're not as good as life cycle extension, however, they are much better than coal patching. And I'm just wondering how do we communicate between the councillor, the engineering and the public works to sort of wrap around this, which roads are going to be on that list?
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So just go back to, like I said, here, this is the overall balance of work. So we meet monthly with Public Works, as well as we do specific meetings around this program in the spring of the year, usually starting in March, to help coordinate a list. So Public Works is aware of what we're proposing to do this year, as well as what the balance of the works are. So then, and I'd let the Director of Public Works speak to it, but my understanding is then Public Works plans out the areas they know they have to patch, or if they have to do, as you said, smears. So smears are utilizing asphalt, usually applying that asphalt with a grader. But that's up to with the operational managers and the supervisors how they are able to maintain based on the Ontario provincial standards.
Okay, thanks. And just one question on one road, Kennedy Bay Road as an example. We did that road less than 4 years ago, and here we are. We're doing it over again. Just wondering. So are we looking at less than 4 years for a road to last? I mean, it's not that bad a shape, but just wondering why it's so quickly that road's being done. When it was done in 2020, in July of 2020, I have the stamp dated photographs and videos when they did it. They did a nice job, but why is it on the list again? When it's been less than 48 months since we did it. Just a query there. Wasn't sure why that fit into that to be done again.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the councillor is correct. We're showing Kennedy Bay Road from 36 to Deerwood, and we resurfaced that completely. So we pulverized the road, and we hardtopped it using surface treatment. Added gravel, regraded, hardtopped it, used surface treatment about 4 years ago. So that goes back to now what we're proposing is it's in the slurry seal program. So we're not completely redoing the road. We're just applying a top sealant. It'd be exactly as you see in the picture. And then that top sealant gets back to what I talked about in this slide here, where we're at the point where we're probably in that satisfactory, but we're spending some dollars now putting that top sealer on it, and it's going to help extend that life out. So it's going to project out the time where we actually have to come back and then completely repulverize and put a lot more capital dollars into resurfacing it. So it just helps extend the life of that overall road. In pretty much all those roads, if we go back and we look at the slurry seal program, where we have Boundary Road, Cedar Glen, Kennedy Bay, Cottage, Shirley Ann, Fleetwood, Mavericks Scugog, Shallora Park, and Yelverton, they're all in that general age. So this application can help extend the life. We're not redoing the road, we're just applying a sealer to help extend the life.
Okay, thanks. And just one more question, I'll be brief here. For example, the slurry sealing at another location, Cedar Glen, from 24 to Earl Kennedy Drive, we know that it's been cold patch for many years, but I kind of correlate it to a road, Shamrock Road, where we pulverized it and it was great. It was left for a year, but can you actually the slurry seal finish on a road that's been heavily cold patched? How is it going to look in another year if it's just basically filling in the crevices? Or I'm giving you as an example, Cedar Glen. So how do we determine that slurry sealing was a better option as opposed to pulverizing it and letting it settle for a year and then doing it a different method?
The director wants to speak.
Okay.
You're fine with Mike? Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the councillor was speaking specifically to Cedar Glen Road from CKL 24 to Earl Kennedy. So that section of road, so it'd be north of 24, was resurfaced probably 4 to 5 years ago, maybe a year prior to the section I talked about for Kennedy Bay. So that location, there's a couple potholes. Overall, that surface still sits in that fair category. So we would go in, make sure it's patched, and then apply the slurry. I think the section of Cedar Glen you might be thinking of that's badly potholed would be from 24 to 36. So we actually have a capital program in the rural resurfacing program this year where we go in and we completely redo that section. So just a little further, so there is a limit where that slurry seal becomes effective, where the road is too far gone, where we actually do have to pulverize, and that is a little judgment call with experience, but it will lead to. I mean, if you're looking at the extreme, Bethel Road would be a good example to look at, where the surface is pretty much gone. And operations are having a hard time trying to keep it patched, or the cost to keep it patched doesn't make it worthwhile. So we kind of weigh those out, but a lot of that information and feedback we do get from Public Works.
Director?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So just to clarify a couple things. This is a good program, very much supported by council, but there's two objectives. One is to keep your good roads good, and to help catch up on some of the bad roads, right? So we're trying to balance those two objectives. As you can see, the slurry seal is in the keeping your good roads good category. And you can see at the bottom, we could do 32.8 kilometers of roads within that program. That's huge. Couple reasons. It's extremely cost effective. So if you hit the road in the sweet spot between 4 to 7 years old, 4 to 8 years old, the sweet spot, then you could extend the life. And we could do almost 33 kilometers of roads under that program. If you compare that to our catch-up, which is table 2, which is localized resurfacing, you notice that we're only doing 6.4 kilometers of road. Quite a big difference, right? Because it's more expensive. If we could slurry seal all our roads, we would. But you have to capture it in that sweet spot. So if the roads are too far gone, slurry seal doesn't do anything for you. So in an ideal world, every road, once it gets to 7 years, we would hit it with a rejuvenator. But we're trying to balance the two objectives.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Actually, I was just going to make a comment regarding that, because St. Mary's was the one that you used. It was a 7-year road. I think the slurry seal is a fairly new program that we're utilizing because it is cost effective. And I know they went and did some, minor repairs before they did the slurry seal, but the road looks like it's brand new. This winter, the darker asphalt, again, I had no issues with ice or anything this year because when the sun's hitting it, it's baking off a lot quicker as well. I was just going to make the comment that the slurry seal program, I've seen it and it's very effective. And I know even the residents can't believe, and how fast it went on, how cost effective I know it is by looking at the numbers. So I'm a big fan.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. So now that begs the question, I'm curious. We're doing 33,000 kilometers in slurry seal. How many kilometers are we missing in sweet spots on an average annual basis, if you can give me a number there?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I haven't quantified that number, but there are probably, within, 50 to 100 kilometers worth of road within the last 10 years we could be looking at that we've resurfaced. That would help extend that life. So the overall program, we looked from an affordability standpoint of what we can afford right now for funding.
Okay, so you said 50 to 100, like 50,000 to 100,000 kilometers is roughly what you're... Wrap my head around it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I would look at within the last 10 years, if we averaged approximately 25 kilometers of resurfacing, complete resurfacing in the last 10 years, so you're probably 320 kilometers approximately that we've done in the last 10 years of resurfacing. And if we can do 32 kilometers, if we take 32 kilometers out of that, you're probably within 300 to 250 kilometers worth of roads that we could continue doing based on funding. But it's a moving program as we continue to resurface. If you look at the rural resurfacing program, we split it between kind of overlays and then completely resurfacing with hardtop. So each year you're going to have new hardtop roads that we resurface that will then move into that 10-year forecast.
Thank you. And I recognize this is a moving target. In an ideal world, if we had the money to hit the sweet spots, we'd save a lot more money down the road, right? So I'm trying to get a number around that. So anyways, for further discussion, thank you.
I get a motion to receive. Councillor Smeaton, Councillor Perry, all in favor, and that's passed. That's the end of our presentations for today. Oh, there's a report to follow, yes. Can I get a motion to receive the report and forward it to the next regular council meeting? Councillor Perry, Councillor Richardson, all in favor? And that's passed. And we'll move on to item 8, which is consent matters. So that all of the proposed recommendations shown in section 9.1 of the agenda be approved by the committee of the whole in the order that they appear on the agenda, sequentially numbered and forwarded to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Save and accept 9.1.1, 9.1.3, 9.1.8, 9.1.9, 9.1.11, and 9.1.14. I have a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Warren, and can I see hands again? Councillor Yeo. All in favor? And that's passed. So our first extraction is 9.1.1. Councillor MacDonald, parking strategy.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yes, as everybody remember, last year we sent a memo to staff to say come back and give us an update on what they're going to do about the parking study. As early as this morning, we had a BIA meeting this morning, a parking meeting this morning, and we talked about this parking study. So I did a deputation as a business owner about 5 years to council, and I was also the chair of the BIA, and we went through this whole parking study and so on. So, and then here we do the parking study. So last year I asked staff to come back, like I said. This downtown parking study was done in 2017. Today we received a recommendation to do another parking study, which would happen maybe until 2025 because it's not in the 2024 budget. So it would go to 2027, 28. So I'm totally against this and the reasons why I'm going to say this is that the study happened in 2017 by the IBM Group. 2019, the report was adopted by council, which the recommendations were included in this report on page 58. It also claimed that we needed in Lindsay 221 parking spaces to keep the utilization below 85% mark. Because because of this study says if we reach between 80 to 85%, a red flag should go up and something's got to be done right away. Well, I got a news flash. We are now sitting at 90% of utilization in the downtown Lindsay. Okay, so we're in struggle mode already. So by delaying this for another 2 or 3 years is not going to help. We are very fortunate to have our own parking control officers in Lindsay here, and we've collected the best information available that for every lot downtown. We don't need another study to tell us that. We know everything that we need in downtown. I know these things have changed in the past few years. I've heard, yes, COVID hit us. I agree. COVID's over, but that wouldn't have changed what we could have done in the last 2 or 3 years. Another thing that's changed is NZOs. Wow, that hit us. Population growth is going to be even bigger than expected since this. Well, that's even either worse news for this parking study. So I understand these recommendations are very, very important, and my recommendations that we haven't addressed very many of these conditions here. So I understand now that's gone to another department that'll be working with that. So what I don't understand is that why we haven't reacted to the recommended study. And this is just not parking spaces. This is wayfinding, signage, on-light maps, so on and so on, page 70, 71 of this report. So, you know, and let's not forget our neighbors, Fenelon and Bobcaygeon, okay? There was no recommendations for them because the study showed that their utilization will remain slightly below the 80%, which affected their capacity. Well, we know that their growth in both Bobcaygeon and Fenelon is going to bloom also, so they also could be in trouble. So, like I said, I've had this study, which everybody should have. I've had this in my hands now for about 6 years now because I was part of it. But I'd like to send it back to staff, and I don't know what the timeline is going to be, but I think this is a pretty serious condition we're in, and we need to address these issues now. And a parking study is not going to change anything and pay another $100,000 out, which we didn't do anything in this parking study. What makes me have that confidence level that we're going to do anything in the next parking study? So that's my take on this one. So I'd like to send it back to staff to have somebody. I'd be more than happy to sit down and discuss this with anybody, whoever's taking care of it now, to discuss this report and see what we can do in the interim to get more parking spaces, which is recommended in the parking study, and move forward and probably more quicker than what we're going to do in the next couple of years. So.
Okay, let's hear from the Director of Engineering, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I agree with the councillor. There is additional conversation needed to be had. The parking study had several recommendations. We have implemented some of them, and I'll just focus on Lindsay for now. But we did construct a new parking lot, municipal parking lot off of William Street. The former Irish House had a dozen or so new parking stalls installed as part of the downtown Lindsay reconstruction projects. We had added additional parking stalls on Cambridge Street North, just north of the fire hall. We are working on wayfinding signs. We've reached out to Google to have the municipal lots identified on Google Maps or when they do a Google search. So that should be coming within the next month. Google is vetting, so the request is in with Google. Sorry, not just for Lindsay, but all of Kawartha Lakes and all municipal parking lots within Kawartha Lakes. So there is a process Google does to vet them, but that's I was shocked to find out that the municipal parking lots wasn't on Google Maps. But that's an easy fix. In addition to other capital projects for parking lots, when we get them approved, we also try to not only improve the condition of the parking lot, but try to maximize the number of spaces wherever possible. So we have been chipping away at them. I would agree with the councillor's assessment that the growth, in particular the MZO, will have another layer of parking demand within Lindsay. Most of the MZOs are within Lindsay. So depending on what the land use approvals are within those MZOs, it would have a direct impact on the existing parking. But happy to take it back and discuss it further.
Yeah, thank you. Your point on the Irish House, those numbers of that parking lot was already in the study because we were already using that, so we didn't gain anything there. The only reason why we got them on the number, we didn't gain anything because it was already being used, but the municipality took over that lot. But that number was in the report, so those numbers, that Irish parking lot, didn't mean anything to the report because we're already using it. So it's nice to hear about the wayfinding. And also, when we did the bump outs downtown, it also took spaces away from us. So here we are looking for spaces, and we created, when we redid the downtown, we actually lost a couple spaces there too. But I'd be more than happy to sit down with you in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I won't take up a lot of time. Deputy Mayor McDonald and I had a long chat, and he's said everything, and we'll move forward. I would just add a few quick things so that it's focused on one thing, and that really is, this is being presented as to whether or not we have another study. And for $120,000, I think we had more than our money's worth of what we have, at least to move forward. And even just the way finding signs alone, Wayne English comes to our BIA once every 2 months, I think, with his update on what is and what isn't being used in the parking lots. That alone, we have 39 designated parking areas in Lindsay, right? 10 private, 11 public, and 18 designated street areas through 7 streets. And every report that comes back is, for example, across the New Academy Theatre, that one parking lot alone is usually at around 15% to 24% usage. So right there, a sign showing people that there is in fact available parking, I think is a very logical first step. It's right there in the study, and you start there and move forward. There's a lot here that can be worked on that the study has said to do. So I don't think we need to, you've done all the legwork here, and I don't need to say much more, but I certainly support, I'd like to be part of those conversations too, if possible, because there's a lot in this report that could be started tomorrow, for sure. It's there, and as the Director of Engineering pointed out, a lot of it's being done. So great conversation to find out what those are and help everybody out move forward with the current study that has a lot to offer us.
Yeah, well, I think 2 things. I think number one, you're not being asked for a new parking study. It's requested that it be refreshed. So it's not a brand new study, but nonetheless, I take your point, and we'll receive the report, send it forward to the council meeting, and at the council meeting, motions can be made to send it back to staff or to create a meeting in which those things can come forward. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. And just in another layer is when, I've been sitting on the GMS and we've had a lot of discussions around that. We have these MZOs that tells us we have residential development, but we don't know what else is in these residential developments. Is there going to be commercial space that will take some pressure off of the downtown? We don't know that. So we really need to take that in consideration, because if there's nothing happening, you're putting a lot more pressure on that downtown market.
Thank you. Director, did you have something else?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I would agree with Councillor Richardson, the MZO is going to play a huge role on the future, not just parking, but transportation and servicing needs. In particular, the MZO east of 36 is quite large, not just for parking, for other amenities, recreational, parkland, retail, all that stuff. So depending on the land use of that MZO, it would greatly influence the existing amenities within Lindsay. So I would recommend that first we iron out that MZO, see what land use are going to be approved, or at least have a more clear direction, and then we would that would influence or lead into the refreshment.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just put it out there. I was going to bring up a couple issues in Bob Cajun, but I'll leave that be. We have 3 developments going on, and it is getting busier in Bob Cajun. Bob Cajun is a destination, and parking's always been an issue. I know I was part of a parking study a ways back, and it's actually gotten worse. So when we're going to be doing Canal Street, we're going to be taking away some of the parking because we're going to have a multi-use trail. So it needs to be looked at also. And probably Fenelon Falls too. Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody want to move that we received a report and that we forward the downtown parking strategy to the next regular council meeting? Deputy Mayor McDonald, Councillor Richardson. All in favor? And that's passed. Our next extraction is item 913, which is 2024 tax policies decision. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, and thank you, Manager Liotti, for a great report. I really like your recommendation to increase the eligible amount for our seniors on fixed incomes, but I think it doesn't go far enough. So looking at your chart, thank you for that. The first thing I do is you throw out the high and throw out the low. So get rid of Kingston and Belleville, and look at Peterborough, Township of Brock, Oshawa, and Whitby. You average that out, the median is $447.50. But knowing that Belleville, Oshawa, and Whitby are larger town centers, probably more expensive place to live, temper it back. I'd like to match, and I'll make a motion at the council meeting that we actually increase this to $400 is going to be my recommendation, just so you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton, you're okay. Manager Liotti, did you want to comment on that?
Good afternoon. So that's a really great point. I think we can't, or I would suggest that we look at it from a wholesome perspective. So the tax rate is really a byproduct of also what we're offering in terms of relief. So we can't just look at the relief amount, but we also have to look at the tax rate piece. So that's the back pocket piece that I can offer you in terms of percentages. So if we look at currently at 175, we're sitting at that 12.72%. That's at a Lindsay tax rate, residential tax rate, which is part of the requirement to participate in the program. So approximately 13%, more or less. If we look at the Township of Brock, it's sitting at about 27%. Again, these are taking $100,000 of CVA, current value assessment, at a residential tax rate. So that's the complementary piece. So the Township of Brock would be at about 27%. Peterborough is sitting at 26%. Belleville is sitting at 6.92%. Kingston is sitting at 6.29%. Belleville is about 50%. Oshawa is sitting at 38%. And then Whitby at 41. In moving us to $300, that really puts, as you said, let's take out the outliers and look at those central tendencies, mean, median, mode. We usually like to sit in the mode because that's generally where, statistically speaking, that's the significance of it. And in revising that 175 to 300, it moves us to 22%. So we're kind of right in that sweet spot in terms of these comparators. Now, the question could be, well, Ms. Liotti, what else can we look at? What else is comparative? Obviously, there's 444 municipalities in the province of Ontario. This can take on quite a substantive exercise. Ottawa, Toronto, those aren't really comparators to us. So what I tried to do is just like scan, and this similar report actually was something that was done. We did a scan of the tax relief programs in 2021, just coming sort of out of the COVID era. And they're just, it didn't get any traction at that time. So I just went back and revisited using the exact same comparative municipalities, and this was the outcome.
I love data. Thank you very much. I will reconsider my thought process. Thank you.
Councillor Joyce, would you like to move to receive that and forward it to the next council meeting?
Yes, I will forward it. Thank you.
You're good with that?
Yep.
So as printed, really?
It's printed.
And forward to the next regular council meeting. Got a seconder? Councillor Yo, all in favor? And that's passed. Our next item is 918, which is the Omemee splash pad. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple comments, and then I had a follow-up motion. So just going back to the history of this project, which is very important for the village of Omemee and surrounding area. The reasons that started this thing from the beginning was the fact that the beach, the people can't use the beach for many times of the year because it's deemed unsafe for various reasons. So the beach is unusable for various reasons. And obviously the public can't enjoy that area. They just can't use it. Families can't use it. Flash forward to now, before that, I did have a lot of people back in 2018 saying that this would be great for Omemee to have this facility. Other communities in Kawartha Lakes have one. There's a couple, 3 in Lindsay, 3. Bob Cajun, Fenton Falls. And with Omemee, it's not just the village of Omemee, it's a surrounding area. So the water, so here we are now, we approved this, brought a memo to council, I think it was 2020, 2022 in January, it came to budget here for the new council here. And through no fault of our own, it's taken 14 months to get to here, because we had to get the prerequisite of this thing going to continue on was to get an engineered water study. So we set aside, we approved 100,000, and we set that aside, which was great. Council approved that in January of 2023. And took us 14 months, and it's not our fault because there's only certain engineering firms that do these types of studies. And we had our public meeting just recently, about 3 weeks ago. And so just looking at the report here, there's some things that come out, and we can talk about this, and if we could. The water servicing, we know we have to decide whether it's going to be municipal or come from natural sources, the Mill Pond or Pigeon Lake. Mill Pond, which is part of Pigeon River. It's basically a small lake. Just sort of looking at the report, and they're calling about between 100 to between 50 to 150 gallons per minute. And there's reports about COVID restrictions, and I'm not sure why we're still under COVID restrictions as far as splash pads, but anyways, that's another question I don't have to have answered now. But we knew that there would have to be a tank installed in the ground because it's a given. You have a lot of demand for the water, especially when it's really hot, and you have to have a reserve in that tank. So that's normally what most of these structures have. And the pumping, we know that it has to be treated coming in, has to be treated coming out. The full-time staff, I'm not aware of any other splash pad that has a full-time city staff that looks after it. Maybe if the director can clarify that. So we really don't want to have another study, and because we did this study, this firm did. So we had the meeting 3 weeks ago, and myself and Councillor Richardson, we couldn't attend because we had a council meeting here till 7:30, but that was okay. People knew that, and we knew what the presentation was, and I did get there at the end and talk to staff and talk to some people that were there. So maybe it may have only been attended by physically 25 people, but maybe we could have Facebooked it live or live streamed it. We could have had a bit more, but anyways, we had quite a bit of interest. And it's not just, the interest wasn't just the 25 people that showed up there. There's many people that are interested through different sources of communication, through me, through emails, letters, and Facebook and the like. So when you talk about, it says in the report the population of Omemee is 800. It's not 800. I'm not sure where that came from. That may have been 800 in the 1970s, or even in the 1960s. It's about 1,600. The village proper itself, if you include places like Charlotte Park, Cowans Bay, Rayboro, Downeyville, Bethany, and even east to Fowler's Corners, you're looking at at least 5,000 people that would be in that general area, that greater area of population. And the other thing about this report, it talks about park enhancement. So part of this cost would be $800,000 to $1 million, $800,000 to $1 million. $250,000 of that is park improvement. So the only park improvement that people really wanted, they've been asking for, is really a load of gravel, and that's all they really needed. They don't have to have a fully paved parking lot or entrance to get into the park. That's really not, I've never had that request. It would be nice, but it's not really needed. So $200,000 of this cost here that's on this report really isn't needed. I know things are expensive, but what are they going to be like in 10 years from now or 5 years from now? So here we are right now. We have a report here saying that we don't want to approve it, or we're recommending not approving it, but we've only had 3 weeks since we've known how much it's going to cost. And to be fair to the people, we can't expect the people to raise $500,000 or $600,000 within 3 weeks. We know that. So what I'm asking for is for council support to give the community a chance to raise this money. We've done our due diligence. We set up the foundation. We have a local foundation that we have set up through great volunteers, parents groups. There's also philanthropy that's coming into the picture, sponsors, and some major donors, Canadian and US donations. And if you look at it as an investment, it is an investment into the community. So what the vast majority of the people would like is just to be able to keep this project alive and not to kill it. That's the only way I could express it, is to kill it. You don't want to kill it. I don't want to kill things. I want to keep things alive. So, and people want to keep this project alive. So I'm asking for your support. I've got a little motion here. I could read it, or I could bring it to the next meeting.
Yeah, it'll go to council meeting. What we're going to do today is receive this and refer it to the next council meeting. And again, your question for the director, I don't know if you have an answer or you wanted to do it at council.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I'm not exactly clear what the question exactly is, so if I could get a question, I'm happy to answer it.
The question was, in the report it said that this facility would require a full-time staff member, and I don't know of any other splash pads that have a full-time staff that looks after that.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, so the Logie Street Park, in fact, has a permanent staff member there the entire day long. It's not necessarily due to the splash pad. It's obviously a larger park with more amenities, but that park person is scheduled for that particular site permanently. The other locations, I know you mentioned a number of other splash pads within the city. One of those is privately owned, so at the Boys and Girls Club, that's not city run. The rationale, the reason, it's not a rationale, the actual reason why staff would be required on a full-time basis at the Omemee pad is because of the treatment required at that specific site. There would need to be hourly testing done. So in order to do that, obviously you're not going to have a staff person running back and forth on an hourly basis. They wouldn't be able to accomplish anything really at any other site. So the intent would be to have the staff member on site during the open hours duration of the splash pad, so that if it were to go forward, it could be serviced and would be operational as best as possible.
Okay. Some of the other splash pads in Lindsay, and I mean they're so automated, and it's all new equipment. You're anticipating that this would break down quickly, or is it just like, why would we need to have somebody there full time?
I think what he's saying is, in Lindsay, you're using treated water. You got to treat the water that you'd be using in Omemee, and that's why they have to have somebody there to test it hourly. It comes through the water treatment plant in Lindsay, so it is always being monitored. So it's a different, you're comparing apples and oranges. Sorry, Director.
No, Mr. Mayor, very good answer. That's exactly correct. It's, as I stated, it's the treatment it requires that would be needed at an Omemee site for this, because there is no municipal water. So it would need to be because of the amount of water being required that's specified within the report. Basically, if you're looking at it on a gallons per minute, even on a low-end scale, the total gallons per day that would be required is roughly 18,000 gallons. The size of the tank that's recommended in here would be a tank of 1,500 to 3,000 gallons, which only suffice for potentially 10% of the needed water use. So that's why there's still question about the water capacity amounts that's available. It's not so much, is there enough water right beside us in the pond? It's, do we have the opportunity to draw enough water and treat it at the rate that would be required to allow for the splash pad to be usable for the 8 hours a day during hot summer days? So the question is understood, but that's the rationale, and that's why the reason for why the cost of this particular amenity is in that $750,000 to $1.25 million. And I recognize that you're saying this report is just here now. Those numbers have been used before. The report that was attached to this report, I believe it was 2020 PR 2023-009. The original estimate was $750,000 to $1 million. So those numbers have been there. They've always been suggested. Staff, myself, have always stated that this amenity would be at a much higher cost than a similar amenity in another community that has municipal water source.
Okay, just a question on the extra $250,000 for park improvements. That's not really associated with that splash pad footprint, though. I mean, we're adding that to that. That's something was an over and above, was it not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, all of those costs associated to get it up to that $795 to $1.035 million is associated with the need for a splash pad. So if you put in a concrete pad, you need to do some landscaping around that pad. We needed to do that at Logie Park. We needed to do that in Elgin Park when we refreshed the splash pad there. We did it at Tommy Anderson Park in Bobcaygeon. We did it at Fenelon Garnet Graham Park. It's not as simple as put the splash pad there and you're good to go. We need to do landscaping around it so there's no trip hazards as you enter onto the pad. There are walkways required to be able to get from one location to another to make sure that it's accessible because these sites would need to be accessible so that people in wheelchairs or with some other challenges would be able to attend them and enjoy them. So the $150,000 to $250,000 for park improvements are in fact associated with what the cost would be to be able to properly put in a splash pad at this site. That is why one of the other alternatives listed in this report is potentially spending less money and enhancing the park so that the community can in fact use the water, the existing pond, more readily available to them, make it more accessible, clean it up from a vegetation standpoint, and address some of those things. And those were comments that were raised by some of the members of the community that attended the public information session. They in fact realized that for $1 million, maybe that's not the best investment when in fact the water quality might not allow for us to use it on a very warm day. So again, if that splash pad is operating in the middle of August and the temperature is 100 degrees, the splash pad is going to be running for that entire 8 hours during that day. In all likelihood, we wouldn't be able to continue to run that pad for those entire 8 hours because the water, we can't treat it at that rate to have it run that entire time. So it would potentially have to shut down in the middle of the day on the day of the year that it's required the most because it's the warmest. So what staff are suggesting is another alternative would be to allow us to enhance the park, which includes cleaning up the beach area more so the beach can be used and water access at the natural site can be happened. And that was Not by everybody, I'm not suggesting that. It was recognized by a few of the members at the public. And I know you talked about 25 people in attendance, and that being, I took it as though you thought that was a low number. I used the statement even there because some of them were somewhat upset to see 25. I actually told them that, in my opinion, that was an excellent number for a public information session. Having 25 to 30 people in a public information session it's a decent turnout, especially when there are other avenues for people to address. So we were not disappointed in any way with the numbers. I don't want it coming across that the fact that there were only 30, that we staff are saying the support within the community is not there. We recognize that the support within the community for doing something at Omemee Beach Park is very much a desire. We've tried to state that in the report, and that's why we've provided an alternative suggestion.
Yeah, thanks, yeah, because you're right. I mean, the support is there. I mean, the 25 people that were there, we were grateful that they were there. It wasn't the greatest night either to travel, so, I just, for the record, just wanted to say that, and you had just said that there are many, many more than just the 25, obviously, that support it, so.
So why don't you move the recommendation, and you can make your motion at council.
I think there were some other questions. So.
No, well.
There was, but
You're
Director
good?
Shanks answered every question that I was just going to put out there, so.
Okay. So can we get a seconder? Councillor Richardson. All in favor? And that's passed. We're going to take 5 minutes here because, folks, I have to leave because I'm giving a speech to the Lindsay Legion tonight, and I think they'd like me there. So Deputy Mayor McDonald is going to finish off, and shouldn't be a problem. So let's take 5 minutes, okay?
Do we have quorum here?
We'll give them another minute to get the windows up. Okay, let's see, we got everybody back here now. If everybody can just sit down, we'll move forward. Okay, the next is 9.1.9, Councillor Perry, Fenelon Falls Cemetery Board.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and I am aware of the time. It's after 5 o'clock, so I will be cognizant of that in my brief remarks. I'd like to move, I'll move my motion first and then speak to it. Make the motion that this report proceed to council as printed and considered at the next council meeting.
Okay, as printed, can I have a first? Councillor Warren, second. You were the first, so second, Pat. All in favor? Thank you. Next on the agenda is 9.1.11. Oh, sorry.
Speak and vote?
Well, you're supposed to do that before.
You're supposed to do that first,
I
but
thought
go
you were
ahead.
supposed to move your motion and then debate it or speak to it.
Just move it,
All right.
second it.
All right.
It was as printed, and he'll probably extract that at the meeting.
Correct.
To discuss it.
Right.
Correct?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I'd like to speak to that. I'd
okay.
like to speak to today because this is committee of the whole. So I'd like to just bring councillors up to speed on the status. I see confused looks.
You have to waive policy. We already voted on it.
Okay. Sure.
We can ask the council to vote on it. Speak to a motion already passed? I don't know. No?
Well, let's take. Go ahead, Mike, and I'm going to give you your time that you wanted. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I'm just looking to speak to this issue. And as we know, this is a holdover from a previous council motion to dissolve the local Fenelon Cemetery Board. And I want to appreciate and thank those councillors who I've talked to about this already. I also want to thank Jackie Walter, who's the president, who's helped inform my brief remarks here this afternoon. We're talking about really, comes down to keeping something local, in local hands, loving it local, as the expression goes. And this really strikes me as very analogous to a certain dock association issue we have dealt with, where we chose not to move 50-plus dock leases to the city because there were rumors of troubles, and when we looked into it, it wasn't so troubled, and so it was kept at the local level in the association's hands. The city has requested information, as you'll see in the appendix to Dr. Shanks' report. All of that information was supplied by the board within 5 business days. If you look in the report, there's some issue of a past concern or two, or concerns raised by the Bereavement Authority of Ontario. However, those were rescinded, again, by the Bereavement Authority within 5 days. In the report also, you'll see that there are some expressed concerns around financial or accounting matters. Serving on the board myself and in meeting with the board members, I can report that the cemetery board is in the best financial shape it's been. It has some surplus some years. It gets audited by the city, is my understanding, and that the current board has been doing some forward thinking around how to adapt and change given changing burial trends. So they're looking at that down the pipeline in the future. There have been, as the report notes, there have been some concerns from the public. I know of 2 people in all my time as a councillor so far. One of those people still wants it kept in local hands as a cemetery board. And like any public-facing organization, it will get concerns from the public. As I mentioned, I know of 3. I was talking to the board, 2 of the board members yesterday, and they aren't aware of any recently. They got lots of compliments, of course, too. The messages are checked daily. They're even on hand for Friday deaths that are looking to have a Monday morning burial, and they can meet in person at Fenelon and do meet in person rather than having the families having to go to Colby and Lindsay. The current board invites high school students to plant flowers there and to learn the local history of the cemetery. Director Shanks in his reports thanks those volunteers, and I want to thank them as well for doing such a good job to keep this in community hands. Just to wrap up, keeping this in community local hands doesn't mean it's going to go back on its own. It'd still be a committee of council. I sit on that committee on the board as ward councillor, and I commit to bringing anything back here as needed. There's just so much work that the volunteers are doing, and having that local flavor, especially something as stressful and intimate as burial, really counts for a lot in our smaller communities. I may be a resident there myself one day. So given that, I move that, as I mentioned before, we've had the motion to be moved as printed, and I'll leave it there if there are any questions.
Any questions? I see none. Can I have a second then? We'll do this again with a second. Councillor Warren, all in favor? Thank you. The next is 9.1.11. Councillor Warren.
Through you. It was really, I'm sorry I was not able to reach out to staff. In the report, it basically says, it really didn't say whether or not staff was able to speak with the owners of 49 King. So that, I guess that's my question. Were you able to speak?
Thanks, Councillor Warren.
Sorry.
Through you, Deputy. Oh, sorry, that's okay. Zoom is always very awkward. Through you, Deputy Mayor. No, we were not able to talk to the owners of 49 King. So just so Council is aware, 49 King, as with many of our commercial properties owned by a holding company, we do not have. It's not owned by the businesses It is not owned by the businesses who operate within the premises. As a result, we do not have contact information beyond the mailing address of the owner of that property. So unlike some of our other properties where we know the business is also the property owner, we can reach out to them by phone or email. We weren't able to do that in this case because of the nature of the ownership of the property.
So could you not go through one of the renters, or I guess you're not allowed to do that, to get get their information.
Yeah, we can't really do that.
No, okay. That's fine.
We would do that, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to, wow, couldn't find that information. All right. No, I think it really does need to be designated, though. I rented in that building for 12 years. It's a beautiful building, so, but we'll see what comes forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Ashmore, your name was on this too.
Yeah, so can we make a motion that it not be designated, or wait till the council meeting? Like
We can go as printed, and then in 2 weeks, we can, if you wanted to extract it, and you can make a motion at that time.
Okay.
So as printed, seconded. Councilors Meeting, all in favor? Thank you. The next one is 9.1.14, the entrance to Plan 105, and it's Councilor Warren.
So I recommend alternative access 3. This alternative was the initial request made by the applicant and owner, Keystata. This alternative involves removal of section of the steel beam guardrail that is currently along County Road 121 in order to create a new access to the subject property. And that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. And if I get a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Yeah, seconded it by Mr. Perry, Councilor Perry.
Yeah, so this is a funny situation. Keystata got a severance and the road access back before amalgamation, when the province owned 121, and then they downloaded it in 1998 or something. And this was all happening in the 1970s, 74, I believe. So I have a feeling it should be grandfathered, if at all possible. I don't believe staff knew in 2017, when they brought the bylaw forward for accesses, that he actually had an access through the province and a severance. So that's why I'm moving this, as it should be grandfathered. So that's my recommendation. It's not a motion, it's a recommendation to go forward to council.
Again, you can, as printed, and you can make a motion at council in 2 weeks, and then go from there. But
I should
today,
be able to also make a recommendation here from Robert's Rules of Order. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Yep.
okay, and the seconder was? Okay, Councilor Perry, would you like to speak to it?
Just in favor of Councillor Warren's position, we went out to visit the property together over the weekend, and that sounds like the reasonable first course of action. Thank you.
The report should still be received, though.
The report still should be received? Yep. Okay, and the motion is, could you read the motion back to us? Recommendation, sorry. You got the recommendation?
Sorry, I recommend recommendation 3.
Okay, all in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. We have a question?
Yeah, can I ask a question at this time?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, no problem. Councillor Worm was just kind of giving me the gist when we sat around the table here this afternoon, and I went through the report and found it a very, very detailed report. And I think where my concern was is, you know, they're talking about it not being a safe entrance point, you know, where they're suggesting to put it, which is a risk to the city, of course. And then it says that we've also provided 2 alternative considerations. I just wondered if staff or Chris or Brian or somebody could comment on that, just because it is a very large report, and I just have a couple of questions.
Thank you. To you, Mr. Mayor, I have a quick question now, just for clarity. So there was 3 alternatives discussed in the report. There's alternative access 1, 2, and 3. Is the council recommending alternative access 3? Just so I'm clear on that? Yes. Okay. So 3.
Yeah, go ahead.
So alternative access 3 is the applicant's request. The bulk of the report speaks to the challenges with that access, as well as how it doesn't align with current standards. It's going to create a safety concern for both the applicant and a liability concern for the municipality. Not to say that it can't be constructed, it's just not a preferable location, and it's going to generate concerns for the municipality and I think the applicant down the road. So obviously access 3 is discussed in the report. It's certainly not a recommendation of staff at all. It's actually very explicitly said that we don't recommend that alternative. So I just want to be clear on that. There's other alternatives that were reviewed with the applicant. They are not in favor of either of those, but I understand that there's also a potential another option that hasn't been reviewed or discussed at all with the applicant because we weren't aware it was even an alternative, which is an access off of another side road through other private property. So again, more than willing to have continued conversation with the applicant, but I do caution council with respect to that alternative access 3 based on the information provided in the report.
Okay, thank you. And that's where I was trying to figure it out between the alternatives. And Councillor Warren, you did mention to me that you knew that there's other land that could possibly be an entrance point that you were discussing, right? Is that what Director?
Yeah, yes, there is up behind. He has quite a big area that could be opened up and have 4 severances. I mean, that's a plan B. So I'm here representing him as my constituent who feels that it should be grandfathered because staff was not aware that he had an entrance permit from the MTO and a severance back a ways. So, and they weren't aware when they just changed the bylaw and went and put a guardrail up, so.
So can we get clarification on the comment about being grandfathered?
I guess we can look into that. We have 2 weeks. This is only a recommendation going to council, and
it's going to be extra.
Everybody has 2 weeks to do their homework and bring it to council in 2 weeks. Turn your microphone off, please, Councilwoman.
Yep.
So, okay, so we had a first and a second for the recommendation. All in favor? Thank you. Passed. We go to 10.1, memorandum regarding request for electric vehicles management plan. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. It's pretty, it's laid out there. We applied for some EV charging stations. And from talking with staff, they felt that there should be a management plan going forward instead of, oh, there's a grant out there, we should jump on it. but we should really actually have a management plan. So when that happens again, we're prepared, but also to look at greening the fleet, which is in our strategic plan. So I think it's pretty well laid out there. So I guess I'll move that.
I need to second it. If anybody's going to second it, second Councillor Perry. Any questions? Councillor Richardson.
That's me. Thank you very much. Through you, Deputy Mayor. A couple of questions. So this is particularly just specific to cities' needs, this management, not residential.
So in the Healthy Environment Plan, the Healthy Environment Plan was a community plan. It wasn't just a city plan. The hospital, all sorts of people were involved in putting that plan together. So this is coming out of the plan. So this specifically, though, is really for us. But I'd also like staff within that, the comments I made, to reach out to the community also, to look at whether or not a EV charging station can go in a parking lot at a supermarket, or so we're well covered. But mostly it is a management plan for us.
Okay, I was just looking for that clarification, because if we start looking at broader terms and start looking at residential, we don't know where to target those. We'd actually have to do some more research. We probably have to do a jump in just to see how many EVs we actually have in the city of Kawartha Lakes and see where, the most capacity is. Okay, so if it's us, I do recall that past Councillor Vale and myself did ask staff for something the last term of council. I'm wondering if I could just ask Director Robinson, do you recall anything on that direction from the last term?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So specifically on third-party charging? Yeah, so again, the direction that we are looking at internally through the report that's been presented from Fleet is specifically for City Kawartha Lakes owned and managed assets. So we're working actively with the Building and Property Division with respect to looking at where those chargers may be placed to service municipal vehicles. Again, I think the councillor is looking for something above and beyond and separate from that with respect to public space chargers and other assets for that. The work that's been done to date within the Fleet Division and ongoing conversations are specifically about municipally owned assets. So I know that there's been conversation about the broader discussion, but there hasn't been anything active put together with respect to those assets separately. There has been an application submitted by the, I think it's through the Asset Management Group, to look at purchasing or obtaining some assets for public space charges, and if that is successful, I'm assuming there's going to be additional conversation about where those assets may be placed within the municipality.
Okay, so we had a first second of that the memorandum for Council Warren regarding the request for electric vehicle management plan be received, and that the electric vehicle strategy and the management plan be developed, and that this recommendation be forwarded to council for consideration at the next council meeting. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. I have a motion to adjourn, but the next meeting will be on April 30th. So a motion to adjourn, Councillor Yeo, second, Councillor Perry. All in favor? Okay, thank you.